is non-bargaining compensation classification. And looks like Stephanie's going to lead us in this presentation.
All right. Good morning, almost afternoon. We are back to talk about the non-bargaining compensation and classification adjustment options. I'm going to start off by acknowledging that I do have a conflict of interest as my position is identified on the list of positions that would be adjusted. But my role here is to present council with options, receive direction, and provide legal parameters. So I will proceed however council instructs on this. We are not going to be discussing actual costs today. There are too many variables and decision points. I went through and actually figured out that there are 144 different ways that this could go given the different options available. I just can't bring you the numbers. It wouldn't make sense. That's not a good use of staff time. So the way we'll do this is today we will get direction to the decision points and establish what variables we're going to be looking at. And then we'll return at the next workshop or meeting with financial calculations. At that point, council can modify, reject, or move forward with what's presented. We could also bring back 2 alternative options based on today's discussion as well, if that's what council wishes. There are 2 things to keep in mind as we go through this discussion today. First, full implementation was already included in the current budget. So whatever council decides, the money's already there in the budget for this to happen. So it's not like we would have to find money somewhere to do this. Second, we are talking about market and equity adjustments in order to be able to recruit and retain quality employees and comply with legal requirements. These are not merit increases, like an annual step increase would be, and it's not a matter of whether any individual employee deserves a raise for their work. It's a question of whether the position itself is being paid competitively. So our subject, again, we're talking about updated approaches to adjusting the non-bargaining employees' compensation and classification based on market analysis and Oregon pay equity law. And this supports council's goal of fiscal stability by balancing the city's financial health and long-term sustainability with the need to recruit and retain quality employees and comply with Oregon pay equity law. So this is what we're going to be working on today. We're going to approach this a little bit differently. The last times we've heard this, a broad scope recommendation has been presented and then you're asked to discuss it in its entirety. And as we all know, that's gotten cumbersome, it's gotten circular. What we're going to try to do is break this down a little bit and address things piece by piece. So I will start with background and process, some of the information to be aware of, and then we'll talk about staff direction on individual questions. There are 8 specific questions that, assuming the first question gets answered in the affirmative, that we will go through. So those questions are, should staff continue forward with the process to adjust the non-bargaining salary schedule, yes or no? If the answer is no, then we'll be done with our conversation today. If the answer is yes, then we'll walk through the remaining questions that we have. Those questions are, which salary schedule should be used? Should the salary schedule receive cost of living adjustment prior to placements? What date should the new schedule take effect? Should implementation be phased in or at one time? Should a longevity incentive be established? Should vacation accrual maximum and or accrual rates be adjusted? And should the holidays for exempt be adjusted to 2 personal holidays? And again, if we're proceeding with adjustments, then we'll return at another workshop with those budget impact numbers. So as we all know, this started with a market study, and in 2024, Dr. McGrath was retained by the city to complete a market analysis. That report was received by the city in October of 2024, so over a year ago. The focus of the report was on positions, not individual employees, and Dr. McGrath grouped comparable positions, sought to bring wages into alignment with the market, and to address internal compression. The data that was used for that report at this point is more than a year and a half old. It would have been from summer of 2024. Dr. McGrath did not place employees on the grid, though she did note that the most budget-friendly was to place employees on the grid at the closest step to their current wages without a decrease. The difficulty with that in our particular circumstances is that it would result in both actual pay equity issues and an increased risk of future pay equity issues to do it that way. So we would have to do a lot of adjustment and pay very close attention moving forward whenever somebody is brought in, either through promotion or lateral hire. Also, Dr. McGrath did not review the employees in positions for pay equity compliance. That's where things started to get a little chaotic when we realized that we had some problems that needed to be addressed above and beyond what the market study was recommending. So the three concepts that we talk about a lot, first is market, and that is the external competitors in comparable jurisdictions. So those are cities in Oregon that are similar populations, as well as a number of Southern Oregon jurisdictions. And you received the raw data some time ago relating to those external competitors. There's also been a lot of talk about compression, and this results in promotion and recruitment and retention issues. And that's an internal comparison where a lower track or subordinate position makes close to, or in some cases even more than the higher or supervisory position. It makes it really hard to promote or retain employees when their subordinates or less responsible positions are making more money than they are. And then also pay equity, and that's a legal requirement that more experienced employees cannot make less base pay than a less experienced employee in a comparable position. So those three things we have to find balances to make sure that things are met. So Dr. McGrath looked at the first two, market and compression, but not the third. And the market and compression guided the development of the salary schedule itself. Pay equity doesn't apply until after we start looking at placement. The council also established a task force to really dig into a number of the concepts, and you've heard from them as well. Their charge was to review the proposed salary study and recommend its structure in detail, identify potential modifications or alternatives if appropriate, and develop and present formal recommendations to the City Council for consideration. In doing that, they strove to find a competitive market-based salary schedule for recruitment and retention of qualified candidates for the City of Grants Pass management positions, an equitable transition to the new salary schedule for staff members, and an implementation plan that was affordable within the budget constraints of the city. And after they really did a lot of work digging into these things, they came back with their recommendation, which was presented, I believe, back in September and October to the council. And their recommendation was to adopt Dr. McGrath's salary schedule with a modification. So Dr. McGrath's had step 6 as market average and a 4% difference between all steps. And they recommended 4% difference up to step 6, and after step 6, a 2% difference between steps. So a little modification to those last 4 steps on the grid of 2. They also recommended applying the October 2024 12-month average CPI of 3.02% to the salary schedule, placing employees based on experience and legal requirements, retroactive application to July 1st of 2025, and a longevity incentive of 1% for 10 or more years with the city and 2% for 15 or more years with the city. And note that the longevity incentive is not the same as experience placement. Experience relates to the actual position and substantially similar experience doing those same duties. Longevity is any time with the city in any capacity. So there are employees that have done a number of jobs within the city that may not have as much experience because they've been in different areas, but they have longevity. So our employee placement is based on same or substantially similar experience to what they're currently doing. And then from there would be adjustments made if the experience placement would result in a reduction in pay from current city wages. Law does not allow for a reduction in pay. If the experience placement would result in an employee with the same or more experience as another in a comparable position making less money, that's our pay equity. The law would not allow us to do that. And then we would be able to redline if the result is inconsistent with the experience placement until movement's appropriate or necessary. And redline basically means a step freeze. So an employee that was initially placed higher than they probably should have been based on experience could be held at that particular step. They would still receive cost of living adjustments, but until their experience and history matches what that step is, they could be held there. I don't believe there are very many that would apply to. Our current status, there are currently 47 non-bargaining employees and 5 vacant non-bargaining positions. 24 of those 47 employees have been with the city for more than 10 years, and 17 have been with the city more than 15 years. I did hear from HR last week that a quick review of numbers suggests that in 2025, overall turnover was 10%, which is a little higher than we would like to see. And many of the non-bargaining that left did cite low pay as a reason for leaving the city. Council in October approved a 3.02% COLA retroactive to July 1st of 2025. That has been implemented, and there have been adjustments where required by law. However, even with the steps already taken, we do have known pain points where we're going to have difficulty promoting, recruiting, and/or retaining, and we have pay equity issues that cannot be adjusted for under the current salary schedule. These are what we are calling our known pain points, and I'm going to walk through those with you next. The first and probably the most glaring that we're seeing right now is a sergeant detective, which is in the GPPA Sergeants Union, to a lieutenant, which is a non-bargaining position. Currently, a sergeant detective makes between $95,500, I missed a zero on that slide, and $128,235. A lieutenant makes $98,697 to $132,527. However, keep in mind that sergeant detectives also get overtime. So this is just talking about base pay. What we can see based on city policy is that a sergeant detective at step 10 currently cannot receive the 5% pay increase that city policy would require if they were to promote to lieutenant. A sergeant detective at step 9 would promote to a step 10 and have no place else to go. This gets even more problematic starting January 1st. So in 2 weeks, we have a bigger issue. A sergeant detective, when that cost of living adjustment takes effect, because these GPPA sergeants get a cost of living adjustment January 1st, their range would be $98,365 to $132,082. A lieutenant would be $98,697 and $132,537 again. So that means that a sergeant detective at step 8 or higher cannot receive that 5% promotion wage increase that they should receive under city policy. And a sergeant detective at step 7 would have to promote to a lieutenant step 10 and have no place else to go. Of note is that our current sergeant detective is sitting at step 10.
Stephanie, I need to interrupt you. I need to set up the team's meeting. I didn't know Andra. Okay.
Hey, Clint? Yeah. So if we're having technical difficulties, I have a question that could be answered without, I'd like to ask. So, because it applies actually kind of just to the way that we're actually, our whole step plan system and the way people get promotions or increased pay. And I'm not saying that I believe that Stephanie should get a bonus or anything like that, but I'm asking a question along these lines. So we have a situation, right, where I believe we know that for whatever reason our HR director is not doing this presentation and our city attorney is doing it. So is there a way right now to give bonuses to any employees that seem to do some kind of meritorious service or above and beyond? Or is the step process the only possible way an employee gets greater
I
compensation?
think you're better equipped to answer that question.
There are opportunities where if someone goes totally above and beyond and the case is made, that there could be a bonus of some sort. It rarely happens, but there are those occasions where that is possible. There's that flexibility that exists there.
So who would make that recommendation? Who would make the decision?
Ultimately, it's the department heads that make a recommendation to the city manager, and then it's approved that in that fashion.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any idea how often that has ever happened, or and what and like how much has the bonus been, or anything like that?
The most recent one was there was an individual in HR that did get a small bonus for stepping up and taking on some additional responsibility with the vacancy of the director, and for that recognition. That was the most recent one. I think it might happen, I don't know, two times a year maybe, or something like that. There was one in police at one point. I think within the last 6 months, in the last 6 months, there was one in police.
So if the person was represented by a bargaining group, they'd be eligible for overtime, so that might be a way that they would obviously make more for stepping up. But if someone was in the non-bargaining group, not eligible for overtime, that's what you're talking about now, as far as being recognized and getting a bonus, or?
Yeah, if we've recognized that someone has gone above and beyond or filled a gap that we've had a temporary gap that was needed, and not necessarily working out of class, because we have a working out of class statement also in the personnel rules. So this is above and beyond just working out of class. This is where someone is taking on an additional role that's not necessarily in the scope of their job description.
So if they work out of class, they would get the pay of that higher class, or they'd get a bonus, or how would that work?
Yeah, the work out of class, the way it usually works is it's just small differences between the collective bargaining agreements and like non-bargaining, but the way it is usually when you work out of class, you get a 5% step in your current salary. If you're working out of class for, say, three weeks or something along those lines, or a month because of a vacancy or whatever we're doing. So there's a small increase. It depends also, fire sometimes where you are, that you may get a 10% based on if you're a firefighter stepping up to a captain position. That's a two-step position from a firefighter to engineer to captain, I think is the way it is. So that'd be a 10% step.
And so that would be for that pay period, or that for as long as they're doing that job? And
For
then
as
they go
long
back
as they're
down?
doing that job and they're filling that role.
Okay, and when you said before someone got a small bonus, like, can you define what small is, a dollar amount? What is that approximately?
You're gonna look that up? JC will look that up on the dollar amount. Yes.
So Aaron, do we have an awards policy?
Well, we have a recognition program within the organization, but we don't have awards policy that defines bonuses.
Okay. Or
That's all
processes
based on
for,
performance and
Yeah.
recommendations by the department directors.
a process for approving bonuses and amount and how many, frequency, and that kind of thing? Policy. Okay, thank you.
So to answer some of the questions that you guys do have, it varies. So there's some flat dollar amounts in here. And then there's also some hours tied to what I would imagine is their current pay rate. And so the hours is normally between 40 and 80 hours, which can range from $1,200 to $4,500 depending on the person. And then there's some flat dollar amounts in here, anywhere from $300 all the way up to $2,500. And it's a range of departments and people and things.
We up and going?
Ready? We're ready to go.
What was our technical
Are you,
difficulty?
any other questions on that topic that you needed to have answered?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so jumping back to our known pain point with sergeant detectives to lieutenants, this would result in a retention and recruitment issue. You can clearly make more money in other jurisdictions. The market average in the adjusted grid would be 16.5% higher for lieutenants than current grid. So that's a pretty significant bump you could receive elsewhere. There's also the pay equity risk where internal promotions would be to higher steps than lateral hires with more experience would receive and potentially more than experience would support. So not only would we have recruitment and retention issues, but there would be the potential that we would have to pay close attention for future pay equity issues. Another known pain point would be battalion chief, which is in the IAFF bargaining unit, to deputy chief. Current base pay, battalion chief is $104,135 to $132,906. And of note is that that is a 6-step salary schedule, which is different from our 10-step for non-bargaining. The deputy chief, it has a salary range of $109,830 to $147,476. Right now, a battalion chief step 6 promoting to deputy chief would be placed at step 8. So that's a pretty significant placement on the promotion grid. As of January 1st, because the IAFF is receiving a cost of living adjustment as of that date, battalion chief would have a pay range of $108,301 to $138,222, again, compared to that deputy chief current salary. And a battalion chief at that point that is step 6 would promote to step 10, and there would be no place for a step 7 or higher to go that would still receive that 5% policy-based increase. So we have the same promotion, recruitment, retention issues that we had with the sergeant detective. In this particular case, the market average step in the adjusted grid for the deputy chief is 22% higher. So compared to the market, our deputy chiefs make 22% less at the average. And there, again, would be similar pay equity risks with the promotions versus lateral hires and people being placed probably where experience would not dictate. Next known pain point is office assistant, which is GPEA, compared to office assistant confidential in the non-bargaining. Current base pay for a office assistant on a 7-step grid is $39,625 to $50,139. And an office assistant confidential, which is a 10-step grid, is $39,252 to $52,707. So an office assistant gets paid more than the position that they would likely be potentially promoting into, which is the confidential level position. So an office assistant at step 7 would promote to office assistant confidential step 10. Similar retention, promotion, and recruitment issues and pay equity risks. Here, the market average step in the adjusted grid for the office assistant confidential is 21% higher. So that's, again, a very significant underpayment compared to the market. We also have a pain point with communications supervisor to 911 bargaining manager, not as significant as we've seen in some of the others, but they are close enough with communications supervisor making $74,137 to $99,548, and a 911 manager making $80,809 to $108,508. A communications supervisor at step 10 would promote to a 911 manager at step 9. So when you're promoting that close to your current step, you've usually got a compression issue and you're going to run into promotion, recruitment, and retention issues and pay equity risks. The communications supervisor market average, the new grid would have it at 5.5% higher. So the communications supervisor is getting paid fairly close to market. The 911 manager is not. The 911 manager would potentially see a 22% increase above the current grid for that step 6.
You want sparkling water?
Yeah, just a few.
We also have a potential one with GPEA associate planner and senior planner, which is a non-bargaining. Again, this is probably even less of an issue, but it's still a step 7 on the 7-step grid would promote to a senior planner step 6. So we're basically saying that when you reach the top of that, you're at the middle of the next step up. And the comparison is 66,949 to 84,712 for the associate planner and 74,736 to 100,352 for a senior planner. The The senior planner, again, the market average step in the adjusted grid is 22% higher than the current grid. And I know we've talked before about grid shift, and these are the positions, a number of the positions where we're seeing that significant grid shift because those positions compared to the market have been substantially underpaid. The last known pain point I wanted to talk about is that we do have unresolvable pay equity issues, and we've talked about some of these before. We have a consultant report that says that we have certain positions that are comparable. There are no clear bona fide factors that would distinguish those positions from each other. And in certain cases, those positions are on the current grid on different pay bands. And that is resulting in more experienced employees making less money at step 10, and they have no ability to have an increased pay. So if we have somebody on a lower band at step 10 making less than somebody with less experience that's a step 6 on a higher band, we can't fix that for the employee on that lower band, and it's an issue. So the goal with all of this would be to find the most cost-effective salary schedule adjustment and implementation that would allow for recruitment and retention of qualified employees and ensure compliance with legal requirements. So it's a balancing test. We want to minimize those increased costs, but also make sure that we're competitive for recruitment and retention and that we're complying with state law.
So as you go through this, if a person has an inadequate job description and they're working comparable to another person that's getting paid more money, it seems like we would have an audit of that person's position description. And then if that comes through, then you raise their salary to what the other position is making, not person, but position.
We're not talking about that with this. What we're talking about is where the job descriptions are in fact correct. It's just compared to similar positions in other jurisdictions, it's significantly underpaid.
So you're just talking about market then with
We are
other
talking about
cities.
market and compression.
You're not talking about
reclassification.
in the city and having inaccurate job descriptions.
That's being addressed on Wednesday night. You have 2 reclassifications before you on Wednesday
Okay.
night's agenda where that is the case, where the job description was inaccurate. They want to fix that and put them in the appropriate band.
Sure, okay, thank you.
So with that, we'll start working through our questions. I'm not planning, oh, we have another question.
So, on slide 15, I'm not sure I'm following why that's listed as a pain point. What's the problem with that example? I don't see it.
Anytime you're bringing in or you're promoting an employee to probably step 5 or higher, just based on what their current wages are, means you're likely to run into a potential pay equity risk. Because if you bring in somebody that maybe doesn't have a lot of experience, but they're making top of the pay scale on their lower experience, and then you have to hire a lateral that has more experience, you run into issues. Usually when you're promoting, you want to have them probably the lower third of your pay scale in order to then give employees some room to grow, because they don't know that position. They don't know all the job duties. You don't want to bring somebody in the middle saying, you're getting paid the same as somebody that knows this job pretty well when they haven't done that job before.
Yeah, I guess it's maybe not that important, but I don't see, again, you have much greater than the 5% pay difference. You don't see that somebody's got to go to the lower person would have to go to a step 10 with nowhere to grow. I just don't see how this applies to any of the other examples you gave. I just don't see it.
This is a less likely pain point than some of the others. They kind of the way I went through them is they gradually. I don't see any pain point there at all, though. I
don't understand how that's even an example at all.
It's just compression. Compression, when you promote to step 5 or higher, you need to be careful and keep a closer eye on pay equity, and you're more likely to run into issues. It's not necessarily a critical problem that needs to be addressed like the first 2, even the first 3. It's more of one we just need to be aware of, that this exists in other areas as well.
And it creates a potential, like you mentioned, pay equity issues. Say, for instance, we did in this situation where we had an associate planner that was promoted to step 6 as a new senior planner. But if we had a senior planner and we had someone in that position that was at step 4 that had 2 years of experience, then we automatically have a pay equity issue, and we'd have to move that current position up to meet or exceed what the new lateral makes, because the compression is there.
And one other issue on that too is GPEA and Teamsters are about to negotiate for their 2026 cost of living adjustment, so their pay is going to go up. So we have to keep in mind that we're not just talking about stagnant numbers here. Those aren't going to change.
Stephanie? So, I got the GS schedule for federal employees. At step 10, if they promote to the next highest GS level, they all go to step 5.
Okay.
And I assume they deal with the same laws that we deal with. Are they federal laws?
Their laws are going to be a little bit different. Oregon's pay equity law is interesting. It's,
Okay.
so we have state law that is probably a little bit different. And
And
the
then-
market, we also only looked at the market too, and the market may not say that from step 10, the next step up would be a step 5.
Well, I understand that, and we don't deal with the market at all, but this applies to every federal employee, and it's not a pain point, it's just the way it works
Yep,
when
and-
they go to step 5.
And if that was a reasonable, if that was a policy that we wanted to implement, we
Yeah.
could look at doing something along those lines. These are based on market, and in some particular cases, the market says that when you're at step 10, then when you promote to the next position up, it may be reasonable to be at a 2, 3, or 4 based on where the market says that position should be paid. And in some cases, it may say differently. It's just usually the way that it plays out is when you're bringing somebody in with experience, you're putting them usually step 4 or lower, maybe as high as step 5, but it's really rare to see a step 6 when you don't have experience doing exactly the same thing.
So I got one more question on that. If I hire the President of the United States to be my secretary, they're very well qualified. I don't pay them a salary, and increase their salary as a secretary because of their qualifications, because they agreed to do this job. And I pay them what the job's worth.
Correct.
And so if I have a cruiser, timber cruiser, I pay them GS-7 wages. If they know how to do logging systems, if they've been a timber management assistant before at a GS-12, and they're very well qualified, they got a lot of qualifications, if they're doing that job, I pay them GS-7.
Yep.
And
So
so I don't quite understand the experience that you're talking about, because they agreed to do a certain job that has certain pay.
Correct. What we're saying is the way we figure out usually what that certain pay is, which step in that pay range is based on experience. When you come into a position, usually, when you're promoting, it's usually determined by, this is what you're currently making. When you promote, you get at least a 5% pay increase. That's how it's supposed to work. In certain cases, you can't get that under our current system.
Well, I understand that. I understand that.
When you're bringing somebody new in, it's based on experience. So if they have lots of experience doing the same job or substantially similar position, then they start at a higher step than somebody that has no experience with those same job duties. And so that's where we tend to run into issues, is we would potentially have a senior planner that, because they had been an associate planner and gotten to step 7 and promoted, they started at step 6 with 0 experience as doing senior planner level duties. But we could bring in somebody that had 5 or 10 years of experience doing senior planner level duties from outside. We bring them in, and they would start at a step 4 based on the way we usually assess that. And then we would potentially have a pay equity issue, because we would have somebody with more experience making less money.
The system works differently. The two systems are really different, and I have a hard time understanding the state law and the state system.
That's why they have attorneys that specialize in pay equity law.
Victoria?
On slide 10, the last line, appoint adjustments approved where required by law. Could you go over those for me, please?
At one of our last meetings, council discussed that staff should make the appropriate pay equity adjustments, and those are in the process of being done.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to be
Yep.
sure. Thanks.
Any further questions?
Okay. Ready to move into discussion of the actual questions that we need direction on. The first question is, should staff continue forward with the process to adjust the non-bargaining salary schedules? And your options are yes or no. The impact on these, if you say yes, then you'll provide direction through the rest of this presentation. We'll go through questions, find out which parameters you want us to come back with numbers for, and we'll have some further discussion. If you say no, we'll be done for today. If that happens, we would anticipate additional turnover, difficulty filling positions. In particular, we have a lieutenant position that is currently vacant that we would have some difficulty filling given the pay scales at this point and potential legal challenges. So I will open it up for direction on salary schedule adjustment.
Eric and then Kathleen?
Can you go over the potential legal challenges? I know that's probably a lot, but I mean, it seems like if we say no to this, the legal challenges, it just seems like do it or we'll have legal challenges. So I mean, can you specify those?
I'll direct
please?
you back to slide 16. We have unresolvable pay equity issues, which I noted. So we have employees at step 10 on a lower band making less than employees on higher bands that have been determined to be comparable.
What I mean by legal challenges is potential problems, what are the repercussions, et cetera?
And we've talked about this before, we'd be looking at BOLI potential lawsuits. The costs associated with those are more than just back wages. It's 2 years of back wages. It's also fines, penalties, attorney fees, things like that. We would have to hire outside counsel to handle employment things. I believe that we are limited on what CIS covers as far as cases of that nature. And the one thing that there's a safe harbor provision in the Oregon pay equity law that says that if you're making substantial steps towards resolving things, then a lot of the fines and penalties are waived for you. If you don't appear to be making progress and actually fixing what you've got in your system, then you don't get that safe harbor. So we'd be looking at additional fines and penalties.
Kathleen and then Joel?
So I just heard you say that we are working on the pay equity challenges. Is that correct?
Well, that depends on whether you move forward or not. If we move forward to address them, then yes, we are working towards them. If we decide not to fix the structure that is causing pay equity problems, I don't know that the courts would find that we would qualify.
Well, the ones that were out of compliance with the law.
We have fixed the current ones that we are capable of. There are unresolvable ones. We have ones that we cannot fix within our current structure. We have to change the structure in order to gain compliance there.
We got Joel and then Rick?
Well, I favor going ahead and looking at the issue in another workshop. I also think that if a person accepts a job and they're overqualified for that job, that the city is under no obligation to pay them for their additional qualifications because we're looking for that job. I mean, that was drilled into me. And I'm sure you would agree with that.
To an extent, yes. If they accept a job at a rate, then absolutely.
Yeah.
However, Oregon law says that if you bring somebody on then that has more experience and gets paid less, Oregon law requires that we modify that. We would have to fix it. It's not just that they agreed to work for less. Oregon law says that that's not how it works.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can look at that as an extreme example. That would be ridiculous. I mean, if I brought in the chief as a patrol cop because he wanted to be back on the street, I wouldn't pay him police chief salary.
No, but you wouldn't put him at step one either.
Yeah.
And if you have people that are less comfortable negotiating salaries. So I'm familiar with a jurisdiction where their policy was we only offer step 1 or 2. That's all we will ever offer. If you make an argument and you negotiate for higher, then we have parameters where that's acceptable. Some people don't know enough to negotiate. And so they end up at lower.
So do we have a policy for the negotiation then?
We have a fairly structured method for how people get placed. And that's not what the concern is, but that's why we have pay equity law, is because it protects the people that don't negotiate as well for themselves. It protects a lot of things like that, and it makes sure that people are being paid equitably
Sure.
when they have similar levels of experience and other.
Well, to cut it short, I would vote yes on this, and we move on to the other questions, but I need to respect what my other counselors are saying.
Thank you, Joel. Rick?
Elaborating a little bit further in that discussion. So in the business world, you could have a company that's I'm gonna say underpaying the employees, but they like working there because of the working conditions. But what I hear you saying, Oregon law does not allow that to occur.
Within the parameters of the comparable job duties within that position or within that organization. So if there's other people in that organization that are doing very similar work and they're getting paid more with less experience, Oregon law would mean that we'd need to fix that.
Okay.
But different job duties or different companies, we're not comparing those to each other.
Yeah, and in your example, Counselor, that was more of an external factor. Pay equity is an internal factor. So what I mean by that external, you're saying if an organization is paying less, but people are happy to work there because of the working environment, that's an external with regards to the level of where they've got their pay. The pay equity, which is what she's talking about, is an internal issue on experience and placement of experience within those salary schedules. And so you could be the best paying municipality in the state of Oregon and still have pay equity issues if your system is set up incorrectly and you've got compaction and compression even within your own system. Or you can be the lowest and you can have pay equity issues.
Okay. So I realize today society likes to litigate, different things. So how common or how severe is the risk if we don't comply?
It's expensive.
It's expensive. Does it occur very often?
It's getting more and more common because Oregon pay equity law changed, and recently, it's within, I want to say the last 5 years is when there were some pretty significant changes. That's where I think it's becoming more and more common, and it's harder and harder to understand too. That's why we had to have an expert come in and help guide us on this process, because we didn't know how to apply it correctly. And I think a lot of jurisdictions are learning right now, the same as we are.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I got Joel and Victoria and Rob and Seth. Joel?
Good work, Stephanie. I appreciate your work. You gave us this current grid, and they have a grade on it, and it's like UA1 and UD2. And again, what I'm used to is the grades 1 through 15, which are federal grades. On this page, it's hard to tell which of these jobs should have the same pay scale. And so that would be very helpful to me, and that they would be converted to the same pay scale.
Each grid, you mean the ones that are out of compliance currently?
I don't care if they're out of compliance or not. If position on line 1 does the same thing as position on line 8, they should have the same pay grade.
That's one of the things that the consultant did with, is she took the comparable positions and put them on the same pay grade. So
it would help me if you rearrange that and according to their comparable positions.
They technically are sort of on the current grid right now. That's as close as we can get with the way we've got our job descriptions currently set up without doing reclassifications. A UC 41, which is park supervisor, facilities supervisor, they make the same. They have the same dollar numbers going across.
Which one was that again? Give me an example.
That would be UC 41. So there's 2 positions that are classified as UC 41.
Oh, okay.
They have the same dollar amounts. So they are grouped by those pay grades.
It seems to me as we move forward, it would be very useful for future management of our salaries that we do that consistently across the board.
We do. That is how it's structured. The pay scales do have all the job positions. They have a band that is, this grade has these job positions in it.
But instead of having 41 or 40 or 30 or even 20 different pay scales,
we go, the consultant's recommendation has us going from 23 to 16. That's one of the things that she did, was make sure that we've got
I would challenge you to go to
positions.
10.
We'll look at that for the
Okay.
next go-round when we do this
Okay.
again, which is hopefully
Yeah,
not
because,
too long.
otherwise it's needlessly complicated
Yep, we do
and
reduce
perhaps
them.
unfair to employees.
We do reduce them, and when we get to the salary schedules, I'll be handing out the consultant and task force versions, and they are grouped compared, based on what she thinks that the comparable positions are. So we will talk about that here shortly. So, but the first question still is, do we continue forward?
Okay,
Or
so we're
adjusting?
still discussing the question at hand to continue forward with salary schedule adjustments, yes or no? And we have still had some questions, Victoria, Rob, Seth, and then Eric. So Victoria?
So I think that what you said is you wanted to move it forward to another workshop. If that is something that we do, can we get, or do we, this is my question. If we do that, what is the dollar number on the unresolvable pay equity? And we may have gotten these before and it's just in a different, okay.
I guess the question is, what do you mean by what is the dollar number? Do you mean how much are they currently underpaid by, or do you mean what's the risk to the city?
Well, that's not what I meant,
Okay.
but that would be good to know as well. But what would be the total dollar amount that the city would need to pay to resolve that? And what are the positions? So if we could have that information, that would be really good.
We can't fix it in our current structure. There is no.
Right. But I mean, if we go forward in the next workshop, can you give us a scenario wherein we know what these positions are and what the dollar amount would be to fix them? And then also, it would be good to know if we didn't, what would be the consequences, dollar amount?
If we move forward with the salary schedule adjustment, they will be resolved as part of that process. We won't have to then make a separate adjustment for them. The restructuring would fix those problems.
We, in the past, just worked on the problem issues. Couldn't we, isn't there a world wherein we can just work on these problem issues? Or are you saying they have to be done globally?
Partially, I think maybe the definition of globally and where your thought is holistically, yes, I think it has to be dealt with holistically, because currently, right now, we may have some that we can't fix, and that's
Right.
just one snapshot. 6 months from now or 3 months from now, if we happen to hire a lateral somewhere else with our current system, we will have potentially pay equity issues,
Right.
along with the inability for succession planning. But, so I think globally is the way we have to approach this.
I think so.
It would still be good to know what those positions are and what the dollar amount would be to fix those and the consequences.
There is the possibility that if absolutely necessary, we could reclassify certain positions. It wouldn't fix all of the structural issues and the risks that we have, because it wouldn't adjust for some of the other problems that we saw. Those pay equity ones that I noted on slide 16, we could potentially reclassify those if absolutely necessary, but it won't fix these.
So if we are going to go forward and see this in another workshop, could we please see that information?
I will do my best to try to get you actuals for that.
Oh, thank you so much.
We got Rob?
Yeah, I think I'm hearing Stephanie correctly. I guess three different times, I guess you've kind of said that some of these things are unfixable with our current structure, and we don't know what the cost would be if we went to litigation. So it's really kind of an unanswerable question if we end up in that situation. But what I'm a little confused with, there's a policy aspect of this that I think you've made some assumptions on, and I'm not exactly sure where they've come from. So you mentioned in this discussion, there was a couple different positions where you mentioned a position was 22% below market average, or I think you had a couple different ones. So has there been, to my knowledge, there's been no assumption or there's been no direction from council that basically states that we want grants passed to be at the market average. We may want to be the statewide leaders in pay, and we want to be 10% above the average. We may be okay considering that we feel we have a nice place to live, et cetera. We got a beautiful river. We might be okay with being 10% below the market average. So when you bring 22% of below market average into this discussion, what exactly is the point of that, or what point were you trying to make? And because it almost seems like there's an assumption there that you've been given direction from council that we want to be at the market average, but I don't believe we've ever said that.
No, and that's not the assumption. It's not that council has said we want to be at market average. It's that we have a consultant that said that in basically mid-2024, the market average was this amount, and this is how much the city is paying this position under that. It wasn't assuming that we are going to then be market average. And that's actually our next question is what salary schedule would we use? If we get the answer to this question is yes, we'll start talking about the salary schedule. We can do the consultant schedule, the task force schedule, or you can modify that. You can say, we want to take the consultant schedule and drop that step 6 by 10% because we think it's okay to be 10% below market average. So we can look at doing that if you would like to.
So, well, I'm definitely in favor of moving forward with this discussion because I think you've made the case that we potentially have some unfixable structural issues here with our current program that could end up being an unknown cost to if we lose in litigation. So I'm definitely in favor of moving forward to continue this discussion.
I got Seth and then Eric. No on Seth. Eric, still want questions?
Yeah, obviously, so we've got legal challenges if we vote no on this, and obviously it's an obvious what we have to do here, but I just wanted to see if law enforcement is very important in this aspect with this salary schedule, and so I wanted to see if maybe Chief Hensman has any specifics on what he's facing with his department.
Counselor, thanks for asking that question, and kind of in anticipation for this question, I wrote a few notes so I speak appropriately, and I don't want to exaggerate anything because I obviously can't speak for my lieutenants, for example, and or my sergeants. But the bottom line is you've got sergeants making more than their bosses, and in effect, that has an overwhelming effect on the morale of people in general. I feel it's also potentially minimizing the work they do when these are decision makers making critical decisions every single day. And not to sound extreme, but behind the scenes we make we make impactful decisions every single day, life and death decisions that nobody knows about. And that's our lieutenants and our captains and myself that make these decisions. And we also have a group of sergeants that are incredibly well-trained, longevity within the organization, and frankly, I need them from an operational standpoint to want to promote to lieutenant. If I were a sergeant making less than a lieutenant, I probably wouldn't do it myself. Now, there's different reasons why we all step into leadership roles, and I understand that. So maybe one sergeant thinks differently than another. But currently, I have a lieutenant that left, and his comments via out-processing were interesting, but he certainly left for a variety of reasons to include more pay. And did he feel like he wasn't treated appropriately from a pay equity standpoint? Probably. So I have to worry about the mission 24/7 and putting the right people in the seat. And do I want to go outside to bring somebody in as a lieutenant when I have amazing people ready to take the jump? The answer is absolutely no, I don't. I don't want to go outside. I need to promote these people. But I would remind, and I don't want to speak just for the police department, but obviously this is where we come from. Liability and risk is huge. We worry about risk management and liability all the time, and we can be sued civilly as well, individuals as well as the city. So we not only have to worry about the city, we have to worry about ourselves being sued as well. So that burden weighs really heavy, so it's easy for a sergeant to go, I'm going to kick the can, I'm going to ask a decision to make that, I'm going to ask a lieutenant to make that decision for me, and they take on all that extra liability and responsibility. So that just gives you some sort of, I think, a glimpse into our world. But from the overall morale aspect, from lieutenants and even captains, compared to our sergeants and wanting to promote, I think it's having an impact, and it's going to have a continued impact. One other thing too is that there's incentives built in that haven't been talked about. The unions have incentives built in that change your base pay. Then you throw in your overtime, and I think sergeants are probably making close to captain's pay when you throw in their overtime, if not close to where I'm at. I don't know exactly for sure. And as a reminder, I think I'm pretty fair, but yet tough on my executive team, lieutenants and captains, and they just have to work. If I need them to come in for the parade, they come in for the parade. They don't get overtime for it. We've been helping the county out with some pretty significant major crimes this weekend, and if a lieutenant has to come in, the lieutenant has to come in, period. As opposed to the detectives and the detective sergeant, they'll get overtime for all that work. So there's a lot of variables that are at play. I'll just end it with this. I really want my internal folks to want to promote and help Grants Pass be the best practice organization and the best city we know we are. So I hope that helped.
Thank you, and I assume that's the same for the fire department, approximately as good as, they're very similar, the arguments.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Counselor. And to echo what Chief Hensman said as well, is with our deputy chiefs, for instance, and while Stephanie did an amazing presentation here, I'd like to echo the incentives as well for the contract that just went through with the CBA. So the numbers that you saw on the salary schedule as well, if a battalion chief were to say take the job, which I would love to maintain internally as well, because we have our professionals here, they love the city, they've been serving the city for their whole career, they know the city the best. And for instance, my two deputy chiefs now, with the current battalion chiefs that are in at the moment, if they were to take the deputy chief position next year, let's say that happened, they would have to take a significant pay cut, because you get an incentive for being a paramedic, and you get a longevity incentive for over 2% for over their 15 years, and most of them have served. So they would be losing 11% in pay. Even if I brought them in at top step, they would lose that 11%. They would lose, they'd go from, what was the top, if you want to bring that slide up for that pay scale? So they would go from that 147, they would be making 150, the battalion chief next year would be making 155 topped out with the incentives that they have. So they would have to take a position of a higher level of responsibility where they run over our battalions, our deputy chiefs, and then they would be asked to take a discount in pay for more responsibility. And same thing, my deputy chiefs did a fantastic job this weekend at the Christmas parade. They were there, but they weren't getting overtime. We were overseeing that entire operation from a safety standpoint, along with PD, who did a fantastic job with one of the captains there as well, that were not getting overtime. So we were there the entire time, making sure we mitigated as much risk as possible for people driving into the crowd. And they are getting paid less than my battalion chief, who happened to be on duty. So that is a little difficult, and I would like to echo that. I want to promote internally because they're doing a fantastic job, our whole department is. So that is one of those big issues in pay equity. Thank you for asking that question, Counselor.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Rob?
So kind of a overview kind of question, and maybe it's unanswerable, maybe it is answerable, I don't know. How much longevity, or basically how bulletproof is this, if we were to adopt the task force recommendation or Dr. McGrath's recommendation, and then 6 months from now, in future years, the bargaining groups, especially police and fire, keep leapfrogging each other and keep moving up the ladder, keep getting more and more raises that go way beyond our 3% revenue increases. How long until we're in this exact same position again?
Theoretically, 5 years, but one of the things that we've learned over this process is we will pay attention. I think that over the last however long, because of the way pay equity law changed and because of other dynamics, everything was being treated separately. So each of the bargaining units were treated individually, the non-bargaining was treated individually. And we've realized through this process that we really need to be looking at it as a whole. And so what you're unlikely to see is, or what you're likely to see is more requests for slightly higher cost of living adjustments for non-bargaining to make sure that this doesn't happen again, because it's going to be looked at annually or every other year to make sure that we're maintaining those separations as needed. So we shouldn't be seeing those 20% increases.
Kathleen?
Well, I think I remember Finance Director saying a few months ago or something that we could afford this now, this year, but in the next year, probably not. And the next year after that, probably not. Could you please clarify that?
Actually, yeah, let me clarify a little bit. What I said was, is every bargaining group that comes up and asks for more than that 3%, it does financially project out to not be feasible. However, keeping up with the market and other factors, retention, some of those things need to be afforded at the time, and then we'll try and hopefully work it out later. But just because they get more than a 3%, which is tied to property taxes maximum increase, doesn't necessarily mean that the moon and the stars are going to fall in 3 years.
And also with regards to non-bargaining too, I don't know what the percentage breakdown is, but there's a large percentage that's not even associated with general fund, and it is enterprise fund associated. So it's not specifically tied to property taxes.
Indra has a question.
Indra?
A couple of questions. So obviously, and I missed a lot of the beginning, so I apologize if this questions have already been answered. Sorry, I know we have internal moves a lot. So for instance, someone just went from the planning department to economic development department. So if they have experience in one department, and then they take a transfer to another, where does that put them on the salary schedule? If they don't have experience in one department, but did in another, do they take a pay cut necessarily?
Unless they volunteered to take a pay cut, no. Usually the way it would work is they would receive at least a 5% pay increase for a promotion. So whatever the step would be, that would be a 5% or higher.
So even though they have no experience in a particular department, they still get, it's just a promotion to take another job within the city?
Unless it's a demotion, but that would be more disciplinary than anything else, unless it was voluntary.
Yeah, if so, in that situation, if they applied for a position that was higher responsibility and a higher salary schedule, then that 5% would apply for the promotion on where they are. So they may be at a step 4 in their current position, and they may go to a step 2 in the promotion position that provides them with a 5%. If they were just doing a lateral to move from one department to another, then that's not technically considered a promotion, and the 5% wouldn't apply.
Okay, so whenever they move laterally, it's considered, it's a promotion? Not always, right?
No, a lateral would not be considered a promotion. So if you just move from one department to another because you may have more interest in planning versus, or in finance versus maybe public safety, and you wanted to make a move to, more closely associate with your passions, but it's not a promotion, you're on the same salary schedule, then you're not looking at a 5%, and it's not technically considered a promotion, but it's just a move within the organization.
Okay, but you could go down. I mean, your experience might not match up. So what happens then? You never go down on the step.
Unless it's
your experience.
Unless it's a
match up.
demotion. If it's a demotion, then you could go down on the step, but that's usually disciplinary in nature.
Or if someone wanted a quality
to.
life issue and wanted to
Right.
move to another department, and they so chose a position that was lower, then a 5% wouldn't apply.
And usually you're not getting hired for a position, even if it's a lateral or a promotion into a different department, unless you have the skills to do that job. So it's not like you're coming in and learning something completely and utterly new. You've usually got skills that do translate.
Okay. And then I just want a couple, is this just question time? I'm sorry.
Yep, we're
Or
going
discussing?
question by question through the areas where we need some direction.
Okay, I guess one more question, and Chief Hensman brought it up, is that, and it probably refers, I don't know, mostly to police and fire, but maybe other departments. So a lot of times, the reason they're making more than their supervisor is specifically because of overtime. And so I don't know that that's something we can really deal with or have a giant effect over. I mean, if someone wants a lot of overtime, they're going to put in for it and they'll just make more. I mean, is that something we keep track of or look at or tell people, no, you can't have overtime?
This is not trying to correct for what overtime would bring. This is trying to just make sure that base salaries are competitive enough that we would want people to want to promote. So we're not factoring in overtime when we're looking at that. That's why the numbers that you see on my slides are about base pay and not overtime.
Right, but it's...
We have to keep in mind...
Overtime was mentioned, so we know that a lot of times overtime is the reason they make more. And there are different perks with being a supervisor, you know, that doesn't get overtime. So people just look at that when they take jobs. Okay, thank you. That's all.
And to add to that, Counselor, it's not necessarily overtime, but it's also the additional credits that the bargaining units get also, maybe for education or for certifications, et cetera, that provide additions to the base salary. The information that has been presented to you today is strictly base salary without any additional bonuses from the union perspective.
Well, and if you look, like the office assistant to office assistant confidential, the office assistant, the lower level position, actually makes more at step one than an office assistant confidential. And that's going to change too if GPA gets a cost of living adjustment. And I know Chief Sanchez had something to say about the fire as well.
Counselor, I appreciate you bringing that up about the overtime for our guys. In the case of fire, you can completely remove the fact of overtime once January 1st happens. A battalion chief and the top staff, which we do have, as a paramedic with the longevity pay that's in the CBA, will be making more than a top step deputy chief. There will be no way to rectify that. That is regardless of any, let's pretend he had zero overtime for the whole year, which isn't the case. They do need to do overtime for public safety, but even with zero overtime, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. They would, base pay, be making a lot more.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one more?
I'm sorry, sorry, did someone else want to speak?
Chief Hensman had a comment as well.
Hey, Counselor, sorry for stepping on you. I also just wanted to add from the police side of the house, which is very similar to what Chief Sanchez spoke to. There's also years and years of compaction that has happened. The police leadership are in the non-union. So over the years, over several years, as union gets, let's say, 3% and let's say non-union were to get 1%, then you can see the compaction. And I'm just making up numbers. But over the years, that compaction has impacted the operation significantly. And now our compaction is frankly at 0. So that's also something to think about.
Yeah, the sergeant, detective, and lieutenant base pay range as of January 1st is essentially the same.
Okay. And then just quickly, a couple points. The longevity and retention doesn't seem to be a problem. Am I wrong in saying that? Because you say anticipated turnover, but we have a lot of employees with a lot of years in the city. So it seems like the people that work here stay here a long time. So I'm not seeing that as a big impact here.
There are quite a few employees that have significant longevity, 10 years or more, even 15 years or more. However, we also, at least in talking with HR, it sounds like we have a higher than desirable turnover rate. She said the preliminary numbers for 2025 were at 10%, which is not ideal. And when you're talking about turnover, even if you have half of your employees that are long-term, that turnover can result in vacant positions, employees needing to pick up additional responsibilities while positions are vacant, the difficulty in hiring, things like that. So just because we have half that are very committed to the city and staying long-term, the higher rates of turnover do impact us. We want everybody to be here 10 to 15 or more years. We don't just want we don't want to rely on a lot of turnover.
Well, the problem with that, no one wants to, but having a healthy pay scale going out, which may match revenue, which is low coming in grants past. I mean, you have to have a healthy amount of longevity people in because you're getting the way higher salaries than new people. So you kind of have to have a healthy balance of new people, middle people, and high people. If you end up with all high people at the top end of the scale, you're pretty much in trouble, I would say.
Well, those people tend to promote or retire, and then you get the new people in. So you've got people at all positions along the scale. The idea is to have those people at the bottom of the scale trying to work their way up to that longevity and then promote and continue working their way through the structure, as opposed to leaving because their base pay is too low.
Mm-hmm. I mean, with the exception of public safety, perhaps, where they can go and get a higher paying job. That, I mean, anyone can go to a larger city and get a higher paying job. There's so many variables. I really think, we do need to look at it more closely in another workshop. And then I would like to look too at what Councilor Pell said about market average. I mean, what do we want our average to be? Well, it might be market average or lower or not. So
maybe with that one, we can answer the question about should we continue forward looking at adjusting the salary schedules, and then we can talk about what salary schedule we want to look at.
Thank you. I'm finished. Thank you.
I got further questions. I had Victoria written down and then Rob.
So you said that we are going to watch this closely so these things don't happen in the future. I know that this has been addressed before, but I just couldn't help but it just came to my mind. How did we get here? Who fell down on, because we're in a kind of a pickle now. And so I remember 13 years was a number that comes to mind for me.
There's a few areas where I think things could have been done better. I don't know that I would say anybody dropped a ball anywhere. I think there were just longer periods between market analysis. That was one. I think it had been, I don't remember when the last market analysis had been done, but it was a while ago. There were some periods where there were lower cost of living adjustments for non-bargaining than for bargaining units. I know there was one year where the non-bargaining voluntarily took a 0%, which is great at the time because it helps with budget numbers, but now we have an issue with compaction. There's the change in law, the change in the Oregon pay equity law, which makes it harder and makes it more necessary to adjust for things. That's not something we could have controlled for. That's not something that's as well understood. So I don't think there were any balls dropped on this. There were no mistakes necessarily made. It's just something that now that we recognize what the issue is, we can fix it and then keep an eye on it to make sure that we don't get into this level of a position going forward and make small adjustments as we go, as opposed to having to completely overhaul the system.
So if we do go forward, vote yes and go forward to another workshop, along with the information on what it would take to fix the really, what I asked you before, mm-hmm. I'd also like to have a little bit of background of when was, if ever, market analysis asked for before? When was that, and what was the result of that ask? So that would be, if we do go forward, I'd like to have that information as well. Thank you.
Further questions? I got Rob. And then
So,
Seth?
to answer Victoria's last question, we were told here in 18 years is what we were told
Okay.
a couple times.
I knew it was quite some time ago. I didn't know the exact number.
So one really brief question, because the rest of this has just been discussion, but really briefly, you keep using the term higher than desirable turnover in the last year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's highly subjective. Is there an average number of years in different cities? Highly desirable means nothing to me.
I don't know
would
what the
average
number
be?
is. I just know that 10% is higher than we would like it to be. And I don't know what the, goal for turnover to not exceed is, but I can find that out for you.
So you said in the last year, it was 10%. So what was it for the 5 years before that?
I don't know,
on
but I can
average?
find out.
Because higher than desirable, again, is kind of a meaningless statement to me. So if you could find out, again, has the average been, and what is there an average among other cities? So we have some idea of where we're at in the present.
I will see what I can find out.
All right, further questions? I got Seth and then Rick. Seth?
Yeah, I don't know. Are we in question or discussion or both or?
We're talking about should staff continue forward with the process to adjust the non-bargaining salary schedules.
Yeah, so if we do that, I mean, I'm in favor. Obviously, I think the biggest, issue in all this is the price tag, right? Is there a potential if we move forward to, at least in the near future or right now, look at fire and police non-bargaining? I mean, obviously, there's clear pain points there that stand out. So I would be in favor of taking a closer look at those. I mean, obviously all the employees are important, but I think those positions are crucial for the city, for all the citizens as well. Not that, to downplay anyone else's work they've done. So that's kind of what I'm curious about.
Theoretically, that would be a policy decision for council if you wanted to simply adjust those two grids and not the other grid. Again, there are pain points on the other grid as well that we would still need to address at some point.
Yeah, I was going to ask earlier, when was the last lawsuit for pay equity? Has there been one? Has there been any threats since 2017?
We are aware of one complaint or at least inquiry regarding our process. It's still in progress.
But that was within the last 6 months, correct?
Yes.
When all this got brought up and...
When we realized there were some potential issues, yes.
As Stephanie mentioned, the pay equity thing has changed recently, and so it's being addressed more so now and more known because of the new rule changes. So it is something that wasn't quite on the radar, and we were dealing with different definitions of pay equity in the past.
Further questions? I got Rick and then Indra. So Rick?
I also have a response, yes, would be my direction at this time, but the question I have that I think needs to be reaffirmed, the cost, people talk about longevity, how long you've been here and what is the cost, but the problem is replacing somebody that's left can be very expensive, and Chief Hensman, you've indicated that in the past. So when you bring somebody new on board, how long does it take to them to really get up to speed?
That's a great question, Counselor. First of all, thank you. It takes at least 18 months before they even look kind of like a cop out there. To really get your feet underneath you, it takes several years. And as I'm thinking about how much money we've put into, let's just say our sergeants, for example, who I want to promote, it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have some very well-trained men and women, and we want to keep them.
Thank you.
Further questions? I got Indra. Indra?
Yes, just assuming that we go forward with further discussion, I would like to have more detailed information on turnover and where the turnover is occurring, which positions and how much. So I would ask for that. And also, I think, when we're talking about adding money via salaries, we have to look at our revenue coming in. So, we give our cost of living increases every year, there's that. But then, as we are today, we're also looking at rate and fee increases for our citizens. because we need to pay for these salaries. So I would like to go back a few years. I know COVID, you know, that era was a big change, but I would like to know, are we increasing our revenues as far as our tax base? Are we getting more revenue via taxes, commercial, you know, those kind of things, regardless of that we've done a tax increase? So does that make sense? So if we didn't do a tax increase, would the growth of our city pay for these salary increases because we're doing so much economically better, and it would pay for that? Or are we going down in revenue economically, which to me appears to be the case, and so that's why we're having to do these rate and fee increases more. Does that make sense? I would like information on that.
I think that was very, I think, in my opinion, I'm looking at JC also, hi Counselor Zarin, a pretty broad, a number of statements there, and I'm having a hard time trying to track a call to action out of that for us to move forward with. It seems like it's almost a full nother discussion when it comes to financial outlook in the economy, which would be something to maybe dive into some more, but maybe we can talk offline to try to figure out what additional you're looking for, or we can talk about it right now to try to narrow it down to something that we can deliver for you.
And we're not coming back, we're not talking numbers today. The intention for today's session is to get direction and then bring back the numbers that would correspond with those directions provided. So we could potentially address that at the next session. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just in a nutshell, I'm looking at obviously just business-wise, if your revenues are not increasing because you're not growing, you're not having more customers. Our customers are you know, the economic growth of our city, the taxes. And so if you're not growing that way, it's very hard to justify giving a bunch of salary increases, because then it's just really heavy on the back of the taxpayers. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, what I'm getting at. And we can talk more offline.
Okay, so it looks like Indra will discuss this a little bit more in detail with you offline. Okay, looks like a further question from Joel.
I just have an observation. All I've heard is yes, that we need to continue discussion to answer this question, and maybe we need to move on to the next question.
Can we get a thumbs up on whether the answer is yes or no, however the council wants to do this? All right, we're moving forward. Okay. One question down. On to our next one. The direction that we are seeking here is which salary schedule should be used. And your options are the consultant schedule, which has that market average at step 6 with 4% between steps, or the task force schedule, which is the average market at step 6, 4% up to that average, 2% after that. Or as we discussed earlier, we can make modifications if needed. And I'm going to hand those schedules out so you have the numbers in front of you. So as I think we've talked about before, the pros of the consultant's salary schedule is it is a competitive salary range that would make us competitive in the job market. Cons, it would, at least compared to the task force grid, have higher overall costs over time. The task force salary schedule would have lower overall costs over time, but that salary range is, the top of the range is less competitive than our comparators, and it only results in 2% merit increases for more experienced employees. So with those, and the top left should tell you which grid you're looking at, whether it's the consultant or the task force. It's highlighted in bright blue. So the question for council is which salary schedule?
Joel and then Rob? Oh, Rob?
So why do you have to know that today?
Because that's what will give us the ability to come back with numbers. If I don't know which schedule we're going to be using, I can't come back and tell you what the costs are going to be, what the budget's going to look like now or in the
It
future.
would seem to me that it's not a really big ask to come back with two sets of numbers.
I can come back with 2 sets of numbers. I can't come back with 144 sets of numbers, which
Sure.
is if we didn't have all the answers. So if you want to say that this is your alternatives, where we come back with the numbers for consultant versus task force, we can do that. I would prefer not to come back with more than 2 or 3 alternatives because that gets cumbersome and then we just have circular discussions.
I would imagine that council would want at least the 2 sets of numbers and probably be relatively satisfied with that in addition to whatever questions Victoria had.
Okay.
But anyone will speak up if they don't agree with that, but yeah.
Joel?
So I would embrace the task force number. I think they did their homework, and I think they did a good job. And I understand what Rob's saying.
Seth?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see the numbers too. I mean, I feel like we've already seen the numbers. I mean, obviously they're gonna be slightly different now.
Right.
But we saw the task force numbers, when was that, 3 months ago now?
And it was not a significant difference between the two. If I recall, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was a relatively small amount that we were looking at as far as differences go. That will have changed a little bit because we have the fact that the current grid has been adjusted for cost of living, and people have shifted where they are. We've had people leave and come back and hire, things like that. So that's what we have to figure out going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, I could be wrong, but I mean, I think the biggest issue is the number, right? I mean, it's a sticker shock, right? So, we can come back with those numbers, but I think we're just gonna keep going in circles. I mean, like I said, I would like to see a breakdown of just fire and police. I mean, again, not that that's ideal long-term, but I mean, I know these numbers are gonna come back in the next workshop and it's gonna be, you know, close to $1 million for year one, and it's just gonna go up from there. So, I mean, and we're probably not gonna pass it. Maybe we will, but then we're gonna be back again. So anyways, I don't know. I'm just trying to piecemeal it out so we can make some progress.
Victoria?
Yeah, I would be interested in seeing the task force schedule with what I asked for before. Would that be possible?
I can give you the task force schedule numbers. Again, if the consultant schedule or task force schedule are done, it absorbs in fixing the pay equity, those unresolvable pay equity things. So I don't know that we could figure out a specific dollar amount necessarily for those, because it's by nature of adopting either of those, the pay equity issues are resolved.
Well, I can see a world wherein we would do it in chunks over time.
If you're
so-
talking piecemeal, then we're not talking about adopting either of those schedules. We're talking about reclassifying certain positions.
Yeah, and that's
So
kind of what I
that's-
was asking.
I can come,
Yeah.
we'll have that alternative out there if we need to, but what we're trying to get at today is if we're looking at a full adjustment, do we want to look at using the consultant or task force schedules for doing that?
Okay, well, I think the task force would be my preference with the two, so I would love to see those numbers with also the alternative that I asked. Thank you.
Further questions? I got Indra and then Rick. Indra?
Yes, I prefer the task force schedule, but can you remind me the steps with the 4% raise in between? How long does it take someone to go up a step? Is there an average length of time?
It's at their annual performance review, so each year.
So they make a step annually.
Correct. Unless there's a
So
reason,
is-
unless there's a reason in their performance evaluation not to. The presumption usually is that you go up a step unless you have an unsatisfactory performance review.
Wow. So this 4% annually plus COLA 3%. So basically base, they're getting 7% annually. That's a yes, correct?
Well, it's
I wasn't sure that was a
based
question.
on what council provides for a COLA. And then the task force recommendation is then, I think, at step 6, from 7 to 10, it's 2%.
Right. So then it would be only
Okay.
up to 5% or whatever 2% plus the COLA would be.
Okay, I'm just blown away by the increase annually with salaries, even in an economy that might be dying, and revenues falling. That's why I asked for revenues. So, I mean, I don't know that there's something we can do about that, but I mean, wow, the government jobs are the best in the city. Thank you.
Further questions? I got Rick.
So Stephanie, on this chart that's given us this task force schedule, no COLA, does that point in time be today that where it already reflects the COLA we gave last July?
No, that's actually the next question that we're going to address, is whether or not you want to adjust this grid, whatever grid you choose, the same as you did the current grid, to make sure that it stays as close to market as possible. So that's a separate question. Right now, it's just, do you want to use the grid that has the 4% at the end, or the grid that has the 2% at the end, or something different?
So I'd be in favor of the task force. Thank you.
Any further questions, or anybody want to give a direction on Stephanie's question? Kathleen, question?
So I just have one more question. When President Marshall asked about having the reclassification numbers done, why don't we include that in a choice here?
Because that doesn't fix the system as a whole necessarily. That only fixes a couple of pieces. It's putting, one of the analogies that we've used in past meetings is, we've got a dike that's breaking, we've been putting a whole lot of fingers in, we're running out of fingers. The whole system needs to be overhauled at some point, whether you do it now, whether you do it in the future, whether you do it in pieces. There's a lot of fixes that are needed. That's just one fix. And so we're trying to get to an overall system that is sufficient and meets all of our obligations. If council wants to do it piecemeal, we can talk about those options, but what's being discussed today is hopefully to do with the entire system.
Joel.
So just to provide some focus on our discussion, I've heard support for the task force. I've also heard people saying they wanted both. So as we move forward, we need to get past this decision point and move forward. I would just like the task force. I know if somebody would like to do both, I wouldn't oppose that. It's more work for the Honorable Stephanie.
So do we want to do direction on using the task force grid and move to the next question? If I can get thumbs up for using the task force grid with further direction. Okay.
So Rob, does that suffice you? Because you were the one that was asking for a lot more.
Yeah, to me, I mean, I can't imagine it's much more work for you. It's basically it's a few clicks of the mouse, right?
On this one, we can probably provide
Exactly.
the two alternate numbers. It's not necessarily my work with the Excel spreadsheets. For me, it's really easy. It's for JC, who has to run various scenarios in his system. It takes him much longer because of the way his system's structured to be able to run those projections and with all the benefits and everything else. So if you just want to know annual salaries, what the difference is with those, that's an easy number to give you, but it would be a snapshot as opposed to actual costs. But if we have 2 or 3 alternatives you want to see at the end of all this, we'll bring back 2 or 3 alternatives for you to pick from.
Okay, so when you say, you bring up a great point. So when you say actual costs, but there's other things to include and consider in this discussion, are we getting information piecemeal and we're going to end up at the next workshop with another round of questions? So my point is, how comprehensive are the figures that you're planning to bring back to us? How comprehensive are those figures?
They're hopefully going to be very comprehensive. We're going to bring back the actual cost, as in, if you approve this scenario with these parameters that you've decided on, this is the total cost compared to what it is today. So it's going to be wages, benefits, all of incentives, all of that would be part of the number, and we could have that broken down for you, as well as whether it's coming out of general fund or not. And so we can have all of that information. If there's any other information you want, we can provide that as well. We just need to know what you want for a comprehensive look at the scenarios we're bringing back.
Well, I personally would like to see the comprehensive number for both the consultant and the task force and try to understand the difference there.
Okay.
Because right now I can't tell you that for sure I understand the difference.
Okay.
Rick?
So Stephanie, I'm looking at the current grid and then the task force schedule, and there's significant difference. Can Can you explain why I'm observing that?
You said the current grid to the task force grid?
Correct.
It's because of how out of market a number of those positions are. The consultant grid to the task force should be a lot closer. At least the first 3 steps, or the first 6 steps will be identical. And then after that, it'll get, the task force grid will be lower on those for steps 7, 8, 9, and 10. The current grid, though, is the grid we're using right now, and that's the one that is significantly out of market.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of Indra? Indra?
Yes, I'm not sure what Council President Marshall was talking about piecemeal, but maybe it was this. So when we talked about the salary schedule back when, several months ago, we asked for the 7 positions that were really off, that needed for sure to be changed. That's what we asked for. I don't recall that we ever got that, and so now we're being asked to do the whole salary schedule in one fell swoop for everyone, which is a huge cost and a huge decision. So I don't know why, did things change in the meantime? Maybe I missed something that we went from asking for those 7 specifically to look at. I think it was 7, someone correct me if I'm wrong. And making that change because we realize we have to make a change for some of those positions for sure, to be legal. But now we're being asked suddenly to do this whole thing, and I don't see what's wrong with taking it piecemeal or one step at a time, so we can be sure about what we're doing and doing the best thing for our citizens. So would another counselor like to add to that or comment on that? That's what I recall.
Counselor, the direction that we were given was to do the 3.02% cost of living adjustment effective July 1st to the current grid, and to make the necessary legal adjustments. Those are complete or in progress of being completed. The other direction that we were given is that we were going to bring the full package back to discuss at a future date. And so it was put on the agenda to start having the ongoing conversation to fix the system as a whole today. So we're just following through with the direction that we were given at a previous workshop.
Okay, so have we already fixed those 7 then? Is that what you're saying?
They are in the process of being fixed.
Have we seen what that fix is? I don't recall getting any information on that.
That's because that is an implementation piece. It's, the city manager is complying with legal requirements to put people where we're legally required to. It's not something that comes before council to approve. It's not something that you're intimately aware of, because it's the council manager's responsibility to take care of that administratively.
Well, it seems like that's what we gave direction on. And again, I could be off, but you're kind of confirming it. And that never came back up to actually see what happened. But to me, that was the first step in fixing this whole thing. And then
that was
at that first.
That was a Band-Aid to try to fix things at least bare minimum what we could do immediately, so that we could further have discussion later on down the road and delay things a little bit. All that happened was staff was given the direction to make whatever resolutions were possible. And one thing I would note is, as was discussed on slide 16, we can't fix all of those problems. The ones that we identified before, they were not all fixable.
Okay, well, I would just like to say to my colleagues that I'm okay with the Band-Aid one step at a time approach and making it right and staying legal, because this is a huge cost to us, and I think we really need to consider that before just moving forward and making all of the changes.
And one thing I do want to mention at this point is you are giving staff direction to bring you back a proposal. You are not committing to anything as the final end result today. You're telling me, I want to see the numbers and I want to see the impact if you come back based on these parameters. So we're not deciding anything at this point.
Okay, but I would also then, I guess, would ask to see the numbers of the ones that you said were administratively done that we were supposed to take action on that we never saw. So are we going to see those numbers and how that impacted the salaries?
So, yeah, you provided direction. Council did not need to take action on it. The direction was provided to the city manager, then implemented the corrections on all but I think a couple that we couldn't actually fix with the current salary structure. If you'd like a number on what that actual increase was, maybe we can get you an overall total number. I'm not sure. I'm looking at Stephanie on that.
I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand if we're going through all of the positions and we're looking at salaries. I don't understand why we can't get the information on those 7 that we needed to adjust to be legal. Are you saying we can't get that information?
We can give you some information. It's just we'll have to figure out how to calculate what you're asking for because it's already been done or is in the process of being done. So we'll see what we can provide for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I got Joel and then Seth. Joel?
Well, in response to Ingra's comment, you have what you call the no action alternative, which is based on the previous council direction that Ingra referred to. And if we can have the cost of that versus the cost of anything that as we adjust the salary schedule, and that would be a very simple way. And Ingra, that would be the fixes that the council directed before. And that's where we're at right now. It's the no, if we don't take any action beyond that, that's what it cost us right now. And then when we have that discussion at our next meeting, we'll have the discussion of adjusting the salary and what that costs us. So you'll have a comparison. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Joel, thank you.
Seth?
Yeah, two things. I think we should still consider the police and fire as a separate item to kind of gauge what that would look like. I would also be in favor of re-engaging the task force, even if it's for like 1 or 2 meetings, to kind of go through these numbers. I mean, I think, again, like I said earlier, I mean, you're going to come back in a month with the numbers for the task force recommendation from the previous task, when we met previously, and it's going to be super similar to 3-4 months ago. So rather than, again, because I wouldn't assume that's going to pass then. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but just based on how that went, how it's going, how people want to piecemeal it out, I mean, it might be worth putting this in front of the task force again to take their original recommendation and maybe break it down some more.
Any further questions? Okay.
Otherwise,
so-
I heard, the majority of what I heard was, let's at least take a look at what the numbers are related to with using the task force grid. So can I get the official direction on using the task force grid?
I think you have
All right, thank
full
you.
compliance.
Moving on to our next question. Now that we have a grid selected, as we noted, when I first started, the grids were developed based on data from mid-2024, which means they are 1.5 years out of date. So the question then is, should we apply the same 3.02% COLA to that schedule in order to try to keep it consistent with the market or not? So your options are yes or no. The pros or the yeses would be it's an effort to keep it consistent with the market and we would see less compression. Cons is, of course, increased in costs.
Victoria, and then Kathleen. Victoria?
I wouldn't be in favor of a yes on this, but I would be in favor of knowing, right now, but I would be in favor of knowing what those numbers would be. And then possibly, because this would, if we do go forward with the holistic global changes, then maybe we would want to do something like a smaller COLA and ramping it up over time. So I think we need to see what the numbers are before we can say yes. to this, but we should see what they are. So I wouldn't be in favor of voting yes or no, but I would be in favor of voting yes. I want to see the numbers, and then maybe even if it isn't too much trouble, seeing what ramping it up at 1 or 1.5% over 3 to 5 years or whatever, what that would be. I don't know if that is too much or.
We're getting into basically so far you're asking us to bring back every option available, which is going to get cumbersome if we continue down that path for every discussion point we need to make today.
No, I just meant on the COLA,
right.
But yeah, go.
Right, but we've also had a request to do the same thing with the consultant and task force grids. So one of the ways that you can do it is you ask to see the worst case scenario. So you asked where it has that yes, and then know that your costs are going to be lower than whatever that is if you choose to modify that later. So we could do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, further questions? I got Kathleen and then Joel. Kathleen?
So I'm just looking at this task force schedule with no COLA and comparing the numbers to the first grid that we got, and it's significantly higher. So I wouldn't be in favor either of voting yes on the cost of living yet, because these numbers are so much higher already if this is what we're going to vote in the task force schedule.
My eyes are getting blurry.
Thank you.
How are your eyes? My eyes are blurry.
You know, staff greatly appreciates council's discussion and questions on this. I think the way Stephanie has brought this presentation forward is trying to get as much policy direction from council as possible. We know that there's a dollar amount associated with your policy decisions, and you need to know that. But one of the things that she's trying to get help from is from a policy perspective, how would you like to see the city salary structure set up?
Right.
And then we look at, okay, if that's your preferred way of doing it, great. Then we'll attach numbers to that and see if that's palatable to council. But primarily, we're looking for you from a policy perspective on what's your preference policy-wise moving forward.
And what I just handed out is the task force schedule with that 3.02% COLA, so you can compare what those two salary schedules would look like and where the differences are.
Did you just say 1.2?
3.02, that 2025 cost of living adjustment, the CPI.
Further questions? I got Joel and then Andra. Joel?
I had a question. We previously had the COLA. Is this in addition to that?
So what we did, the COLA gets applied to a grid. So what we did is we applied a 3.02% COLA to the existing salary schedule. So that salary schedule then came up 3.02%, which now means that that salary schedule is 3.02% closer to what the consultant's recommendation was. What this question is asking is, because we adjusted the current grid for the market, and the data from the consultant is a year and a half old, should we also adjust the consultant or task force grid, that 3.02%, to try to keep it as consistent with market? Because the more we have cost of living adjustments without shifting that grid, the more likely we are to be out of compliance with or out of consistency with the market sooner.
So I'm kind of a simple mind. We previously passed, I think it was Seth who made the motion of a COLA.
Right.
Is this in addition to that COLA, yes or no?
It's different. It's not the same thing.
So you would add it on?
No, because what you did was you adjusted the grid.
The salary versus the grid.
And the people got a 3.02% increase to their wages based on that grid being shifted 3.02%. This would, if you hadn't done that, then they would have made a jump from here to here when they got on, or whatever their percentage was. Now with that 3.02% COLA, the question is whether they're going from a little bit higher position to the same spot that they would have, or from that little bit higher to a 3.02% higher position as well, which would be a fairly similar jump.
So my mind is not grasping what you're saying, Stephanie, but let me ask a question and maybe that'll help. What's the difference between your grid and your salary?
The grid is the policy. This is what we pay for this person.
Is this the grid?
That is the grid. That's
okay.
So salary schedule is a grid.
And then you put people on there.
Correct. You place people on there at their appropriate step, and then when
we did that before, yeah. So help me. You're helping me. You're helping me. Believe me. So when you increased that. You said we didn't increase the grid with the
No.
last cost of living.
We increased the current schedule. That first document I handed, the first schedule you got, that increased by 3.02%. So every field on there went up 3.02%. But when we did that, we only impacted the current salary schedule. It had no impact on any future schedule that we were looking at adopting. That future potential schedule is based on data from mid-2024. So there's been no cost of living adjustment to those numbers since mid-2024. So the question is, do you want to adjust those numbers for cost of living in order to try to remain as close to market as possible?
So can I repeat back what I think you said?
Of course.
Okay. We approved the cost of living for the existing employee salaries. It wasn't the new proposed grid.
Correct.
The new proposed grid reflects $2,024, not $2,025.
Correct.
Is that what I hear you saying?
Yes. So do you want it to reflect the $2025?
Well, it needs to reflect the $25, the $2,025 rather than, I mean, you could do it in $2,010, you know, and
Right.
what difference would that make? So it needs to reflect the current dollar value. Observation from now on, just to keep everything in focus. When we give a cost of living raise, it goes across the board with all grids, the same percentage. And that way you never get out of focus.
It would make things easier. It's
Yes.
harder to get that kind of a policy through the bargaining units, but that would make things easier.
Further questions? I got Indra.
Yes, we did just vote on, I'm so sorry, the cost of the COLA increase. I say no. I'm a no on putting it prior to the placement on the schedule. I say let's keep it off and see what we have. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Otherwise, thumbs up for yes, thumbs down for no. And remember, this is just to bring you back what the numbers would look like within these parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'll bring back the yes, and then if you decide to modify this later and take that away, there will be it'll be cheaper that way. It'll be a lower price tag. Okay, the next question then is, what date should a new schedule take effect? Because this will impact your actual numbers. The task force had recommended retroactive to July 1st of 2025. I realize that's 6 months ago at this point. Another option is January 1st of 2026 or July 1st of 2026, so make it the next fiscal year. Keep in mind that the full cost for that July 1st date of 2025, the full cost of doing this, implementing this completely, was anticipated in the current budget. There would be no budget change required. The money is already there. A benefit of the January 1st, 2026 date, that would help alleviate some of those issues that we will see starting January 1st of 2026 based on the bargaining units, so the sergeant detective and the battalion chief positions. That's when we see some pretty significant problems. There are some concerns about a July 1st of 2026 date, including significant market lag. The COLAs for police and fire effective January 1st will cause compression. And then we would also have to potentially talk about a 2026 cost of living adjustment in order to remain market competitive. And the rate for the 2026 COLA, I believe the CPI is 2.71%. And it would also give us another 6 months of recruitment and retention difficulties as well as pay equity issues. So those are some things to keep in mind about those particular dates, but what I'm looking for from you is what date would we be looking at implementing a new pay structure?
Rick?
Stephanie, you were at our task force meetings, and I believe the recommendation that came out from the task force was for the pay to be adjusted retroactive to July 25, and for the council to consider a cost of living for January 26.
The first time, yes. That last meeting, what came out was actually doing the pre-placement cost of living adjustment, because at that point, we had figured out that it was actually less expensive to do the pre-placement and then put people on the grid. So that final recommendation, my notes say we did it pre-placement and not January 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Joel?
No question, I like January 1st.
Any further questions? Any further questions?
Okay. So we've got, I think it sounds like a vote for January 1st. Do we want to give some direction on
I have a
thumbs up?
question.
Oh, Indra has one.
Go ahead, Indra.
So my question is, we haven't seen anything. We're deciding on the new schedule. We're not going to see it till January. So yet we're going to implement it on January 1st. So that doesn't make sense to me.
Whatever your decision date is, whenever it comes back for council action, it would then be retroactive to January 1st. No actual changes are made until council votes to approve any such changes. We're just trying, we have to have a date that this would start in order to be able to calculate the numbers associated.
Okay.
But we won't,
Okay,
we won't
thank you.
actually
I'm
implement
good with
until we
that.
get approval.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I heard January 1st, unless there's any other discussion. Oh, we have comments.
Eric?
We're on questions still, right?
Yep.
So what are I heard you talk about some of them, but can you dive a little more deeper into the details? If we pick July 1st, what are the pros and cons of 2026?
July 1st, 2026, the pros, I guess, is just it delays implementation. The cons are we would have more significant market lag, especially if you don't approve a cost of living adjustment, then you'd be 2 years out of market, where the cost of living would have increased, but the salary schedule would not have. We would have some police and fire compression issues, where we're seeing we would have 6 months where the sergeant detectives are making as much as or more than the lieutenants. And we have an open lieutenant space, so why would they want to promote into that? Same thing with battalion chief to deputy chief. So we'd see those issues. Again, we'd be looking at possibly needing 2 sets of cost of living adjustments, one for 2025, one for 2026. And then we'd have 6 more months of recruitment and retention difficulties because our pay is out of market. So for the next 6 months, we can't give people salaries that would be competitive, and which makes it more difficult to bring new people in and fill positions.
That's very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had another question in terms of July 1st, 2026. If we pick that date, would that give the city, the task force, maybe even the budget committee more time to look at that? Would that be beneficial? Would we even want to do that?
I don't know that you would. The money's already there. The money has already been budgeted. So it's just a matter of whether or not you want to authorize the expenditure.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
So correct me if I'm wrong, when Eric asked for the pros and cons, I guess it depends on what your perspective is, but for instance, implementing it July 1st, which is 6 months after it was budgeted for, rather than implementing it, say, retroactively to July 1st of 25, doing it January 1st of 26, obviously saves the city about $600,000. Right?
January,
that would be a major pro, I would think, from the city's, from the taxpayer's perspective, right?
Councilor Schloegel asked about implementation July 1st, 2026, and the pros and cons of that, not 25.
Okay, well then, if we went from January 1st
if you do January
to July 1st, it's again the same $600,000 difference, right?
If you do January 1st, 2026, right, it would not spend all of the money that was allocated in the current budget for this purpose.
Right. Thank you.
Joe?
One of the things, Stephanie, during the budget meetings, the money was in the budget. The Budget Committee wanted to change it, and they were told that it was inappropriate for them to do that, that it was a council decision. And then when it came before the council, the council was told, well, it's in the budget. Well, the Budget Committee really approved it, but they asked to change it, and they were told they couldn't. Just a clarification on your statement, and it's not good, bad, or ugly, it's just the truth of what happened.
It's not,
I think if we go back in time too, council had not yet provided that policy direction, so it was giving council the most flexibility financially by leaving it in.
right.
Because that discussion, that policy decision did not yet happen.
It was a placeholder.
And you're right, and I respect that. And then in response to the additional police and firemen, we were told that it was going to have an adverse effect on the budget. For the Budget Committee and for City Council.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Indra has a
Indra's online. Indra, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is to piggyback on Joel's, because that did come up, that it's in the budget, and there was a discussion about why is it in the budget when we don't even know what we're going to do. But it seems like staff, and I'm not making a judgment, but obviously staff, everybody wants to get raises and money, and the staff always seems to have a pot of money in the budget for what they want to spend money on. And so I don't look at having it in the budget as an automatic, okay, let's just spend it, because we don't have to spend it. So, it kind of makes me upset that we are tasked with this, we have to do this now, over an 18-year problem that built up. And now we're supposed to fix it all in one swoop with everything new. And, we have to consider a lot of data and a lot of things. Plus, we're talking with people doing the presentations and such that benefit from all these raises and COLA things. And I don't want to sound like I'm making judgment or, bad on that. Obviously, I would do that if I was in that boat as well. But, so I'm kind of thinking, why do we, if we pick January 1st, then say we don't get it settled till March, April, then we're looking back on retroactive again. I would like to say, and this is just me, let's go for the fiscal year July 1st, and let's do it right. Let's get the budget, let's get it all settled. By then, we have 6 months to actually do it and do a good job, and maybe we could get it all done and have it start in advance and not just constantly looking back and making changes. That's just my perspective. Thank you.
And one thing I would point out too is the next question on our list has to do with phased implementation. So you don't necessarily have to do it all at once right now. We can look at an option to phase it in over 2 years or 3 years.
Any further questions? I got Joel.
Well, I'm into discussion, I apologize.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yep, it's questions or discussion. We're just trying to answer this question.
Oh, okay.
What date?
Just saying the same thing.
It's going to come back to us. January 1st is, if this is what we need to do for our employees to be fair to them, I think we need to act in good faith. And if it's costing too much money at that time, then we can back off to July 1st of 2026.
Again, it's another example of doing worst case scenario and then knowing that you can.
So and I'm okay with whatever the council decides if they want to go with 2026 July 1st, but I'll be voting against that for that reason and going with January 1st.
Any further questions or discussions? Rob.
Yeah, maybe it's getting a step ahead, but Stephanie just mentioned the phased implementation, which I think is probably critical because we've talked about how, yes, we're attempting to hire 12 public safety employees, but we're not 100% sure where those funds are coming from or if those funds are going to be available in the future. So I think, having a buffer to the full impact on this, I think is a really smart thing to do, again, because we don't know exactly how we're going to end up paying for 12 police and fire. So phased implementation is great. I think as far as, I also think that, I think Seth mentioned it earlier, whenever the figures are available, I would definitely like the compensation task force to have a crack at them, one or two meetings, whatever they seem to get their final look at it. I think there's probably, with regards to financial matters, there's probably a little more mental horsepower on that task force than there might be overall in the council, myself included. I mean, I would, certainly want to hear what the task force has to say, because I think that some of those people are probably a little more adept in that world than I am. So I think that they could help. So I would agree with Seth's recommendation that the task force gets another look or two at this, rather than council going about it without their input. As far as what date, I mean, I could, in some ways, I'd rather do it when we've got everything lined up and do it in, July 1st or 26th. But I suppose a case could be made either way. You could make a good case for January 1st or July 1st. I suppose if I had to choose one, I would choose July. But I wouldn't be disagreeable to the other.
Thanks, Rob. Any further question or discussion? Eric?
Again, I think Seth mentioned it, and I was alluding to it as well earlier. Is there any way that these 3 dates that we have, we can separate fire and police and go for July 1st on that for 2025, and then the rest we can do a phased-in approach, I guess, kind of like a hybrid. I don't know if that is an advantage or a disadvantage. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there to see maybe. Definitely, police and fire department are very important, and without them, we, the city is unprotected. So that's what I'm asking.
Any further discussion and question? Rob?
Well, addressing what Eric just said, I really see when we listen to what the two chiefs had to say about morale, about chain of command and things of that nature, implementing these retroactively to last year doesn't help any of that. They've already had to make their supply chain chain of command decisions. They've already had to undergo all the extra pressure, and any of those issues are water under the bridge. So I wouldn't support retroactively applying that to July 1st of 25. I think that what they brought up were probably really valid points that we want to address moving forward, but addressing them backwards doesn't improve that situation at all.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, you're right. I meant January 1st, 2026, and putting that together that way. So for the fire department, January 1st, 2026, and then a phased-in approach for the rest. So you're right. Thank you for pointing that out.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I just want to mention my caveat from a manager's perspective is police and fire are extremely important. I think all departments and divisions are equally as important. Without safe drinking water, we would have an issue. There's a lot of things out there. By taking police and fire and putting them separate, that is something you can do. I would hope that council would do a global approach, because we have individuals that may have different titles, but they're very similar in their similar pay scale. And so you may have some that get something different than another, and so that will have a morale issue across the board through the organization. So that was just something I was hoping council would consider also in that discussion. And the other aspect is by taking police and fire, I know a lot of the financial considerations that you're addressing, and is overall the financial conditions are extremely important, and we're discussing that. General fund is the most constrained. By separating police and fire, that is all general fund. You are left with the rest of the non-bargaining, the majority of them being enterprise funds, which are not as constrained as general fund. And so there would not be as much of a financial argument with regards to constraint for stair-stepping them at a different pace than police and fire.
No more questions?
Okay.
Comments? Go ahead, Rob.
So, are we done with, no, we're not done. So when we're done with today's subject matters, there's one more thing that I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
Is it time to do a thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yeah, does anybody want to throw a date out that we'll do a thumbs up, thumbs down on?
I think you already did.
The most common, I've heard January 1st of 26 and 7/1 of 26. So why don't we start with January 1st of 26? 1, 2, 3, 4. July 1st of 26? 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
4. Okay, we have a split.
Is it a tie?
She said yes to the last one, yep. Okay. I will see what I can do about bringing back numbers on both of those as well. So at least we're taking one date off the list on this, so.
You want a guy at Pepsi so you'll be awake when I call you?
So we're getting into several options that may be coming back before you.
Hey, Stephanie, before you go, I do have to apologize. I have to duck out here, you guys, and I apologize for not being very engaged here. I'm trying to get my health insurance in place before the end of the day, and I'm having some major issues, so I'm going to hand the mic and the workshop over to Victoria for the rest of the time. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. So the next question that we have is, should implementation be phased in? So essentially, market adjustments would have an annual cap, and employees would they'd still receive their step increases, but the amount of market adjustment would be limited, and we would do, until they got into compliance with where they should be, we would do that at the start of each fiscal year. We'd go give them a market adjustment up to whatever cap council decides on. We were looking at numbers potentially for 10% or 15%. 15%, it would take 2 years probably to fully implement after you do your initial implementation, and then two fiscal years after that. Or 10% would probably take 3 years. So we would implement, and then it would be the next 3 fiscal years where we would see market adjustments.
Joel, and then Seth?
Again, it's discussion, not a question. But, I think it's premature to decide that at this point in time without knowing the amount. And so I would delay this, and I would vote no now, but I would go back and visit it after our next workshop and see if that makes more sense to do it with a cap, an adjustment cap, and do it incrementally rather than all at once. But I think we don't have the information needed today to make that decision.
Yeah, well, kind of piggybacking off Joel, I mean, I think this is something that could be good for the task force, you know? I mean, I think if you come back with the overall numbers, and then, I mean, you know, we can sit down, obviously you'll be in the meeting with the spreadsheet. I mean, we can actually get quicker numbers in real time. So, I mean, I think we'll probably have to do phase if we do the whole thing, but I think the task force can break that number down quicker.
Also, I think when the task force discusses, there was a significant number of people that were 15 and 20%. And that's why we recommended breaking it up.
There was no recommendation for phased implementation from the task force. This is something that came up as a question about whether or not it could be brought in over time, but it was not part of the task force's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Seth?
I don't know if everyone would agree, but it seems like from phased implementation on, they could potentially be things that are put in front of the task force. But it's up to everyone on here. I don't know.
The longevity incentive was already discussed by the task force?
Yeah, that one was already on, obviously. So just a thought.
Yep. So with that, I guess the question is, do you want us to hold off on anything related to this and bring that back as an option when we come back to, when we return for further discussion? Okay. Then the next one, the next financial piece, or the one that would impact finances, is longevity incentive. And the question is whether a longevity incentive should be established for non-bargaining employees. All of the bargaining units have this incentive, the exact same, the 1% at 10 years, 2% at 15 years. That's non-cumulative, so it's just based on your base pay. So this would make non-bargaining consistent with those bargaining units. It recognizes, as I mentioned before, time with the city and not time in current position, which is what step increases tend to recognize. More than half of current non-bargaining employees would receive this incentive. So as I noted before, of the 47 employees that we have, 24 are 10 or more years and 17 are 15 or more years.
Kathleen?
I thought we just agreed to let the task force go over these last ones before we looked at them.
No, my understanding is we said that we were going to come back and discuss phased implementation once council has seen the numbers based on the initial recommendation, and then they could decide if they wanted to talk about phased implementation or not.
Maybe-
And at some point, then the task force would be asked to weigh in on something, but
I
we're
think
not
maybe
setting
we should
anything.
ask Seth again what he meant, because we all did a thumbs up.
So would this be something the task force would like to look at as well as the phase? Is this something you would like to roll in?
The task force already recommended in implementing the longevity incentive. That was
Well-
part of their initial recommendation.
I would,
Joel? Joel and then Seth. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought you had your question answered, Seth. Sorry.
One of the things that goes through my mind, first off, you want a certain amount of turnover because you get fresh minds, you get different perspectives. People continue their careers and they become even more successful in what they're doing. They go to even better jobs. And it's my job as a supervisor to prepare people to go to even better jobs. But the other thing is, I'm not sure, I understand that we have some where we got some positions that are hard to recruit for and that are important that we reward them, but to reward a person for time in place, I would rather reward them for performance. That would be much more effective, I think, than to reward them for occupying the same position. So rather than time, I would recommend that we put a policy together for awards for superior performance. And if somebody has a superior performance, then they get rewarded regardless of the time that they have in that position. I think that's a good incentive to stay. You know, if you do a good job, you're going to get rewarded, rather than occupying the same chair over time.
And just to be clear, this isn't occupying the same chair. This is time with the city regardless of which positions you've held.
I understand, or going to different chairs. I would rather reward performance. So I would be a no on this.
Seth and Rob?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I did say that, you know, it seems like these could probably be put in front of the task force. Again, I'm not gonna, you know, speak for everyone up here. I think based on discussion, you know, if we can get the numbers for the task force recommendation, you know, for the full meal deal, these other things could be discussed in a task force meeting. But again, that's just my thought.
Yeah, there's no reason not to have the task force look at these again. As far as the longevity incentive, you know, it goes back to the question that I asked earlier in this meeting. Like, for instance, we have a situation with, and again, I'm not 100% sure of the inner workings of the senior staff, but it appears as though we've got our attorney doing two jobs here, now doing the HR job and the attorney's job. In a situation like that, some kind of performance bonus, as Joel was mentioning, might be appropriate. You know, as far as longevity goes, I mean, we have a really interesting example, and again, what Joel was talking about. So theoretically, this past Christmas parade, theoretically may have been safer than other parades, and the reason that would have happened is because we have fresh eyes or a new fire chief that was maybe more up to date on current practices as far as how to keep those situations safe. So if we'd had an older guy there who had done it the same way for the last 25 years, we probably would have used older parameters. So we get a new, an older guy is gone, younger guy comes in and looks at things through fresh eyes, and we get basically an improved policy. So that's a perfect example of where a longevity bonus would potentially work against us, because we actually, at times, we do want turnover. We had, for whatever reason, a few years ago, the city manager decided that he wasn't going to hire from within on, even though there were qualified applicants, very qualified applicants for the police chief position, and hired fresh eyes from the outside. Another example of where a longevity bonus could actually work contrary to what might be in the best interest of the organization. So fresh eyes can be a really good thing, and I think that that has been underplayed so far. We're talking about all the experience and the lack of turnover, and we don't have to train as often, but we also are missing on the other end that we do get potentially a better product or better policy when new people come in and look at things fresh. So I would be against the longevity bonus for those reasons.
So I'm hearing, what I've heard so far is all no's. So we'll stick with the same that we've always done, which is a yes is a thumbs up and a no is a thumbs down. So if you agree with what's been said so far, thumbs down.
Thumbs down?
3, 4. All right, we will come back with numbers that do not include the longevity incentive. All right, we have 2 more, and these are not ones that will impact the actual budget and the numbers itself. The first is vacation accruals, and these last 2 are more for internal consistency. One of them is related to the consultant's findings. But on vacation accruals, there's kind of 2 questions that you can do neither, both, or one or the other. Should vacation accrual maximums and or accrual rates be adjusted? So the consultant's report, the findings are that non-represented, the average executive management maximum accrual is 370 hours that you can accrue in a bank. Currently, the cap is at 200. It also noted that the number was 455 if you were represented. So the part A of the question is, do we want to increase the cap from 200 hours to 370 hours to be consistent with the market average? So that would be an external comparator. And then the second component is, do we want to match IAFF on accrual rates, remove the difference between the police and fire managers, supervisory and supervisory executives? So we would go from, if you have 0 to 35 months of service in that position, you would go from 4.62 to 5.54 hours of accrual per pay period. And at 36 months or more, you'd go from 6.16 to 7.39 hours. And that would be an internal comparator that we'd be looking at being consistent with. So your options are one or the other, both or neither.
I have Rob, then Rick, then Joel. Oh.
Well, you know, while we talk about how this exercise or this whole process is to a big degree to enhance retention and recruitment, I think that for me at this time, and I get a sense that for most of the council, that the primary driver, if we're going to move forward with this entire plan at once, our primary driver is we're concerned about potential liability. I think that's probably even a bigger driver. I don't think that you would have really gotten council's attention particularly as much if that hadn't been brought up. So the question I would have is, you know, first off, there's another reason to keep vacation accruals low, which I can get to, but the fact is, I don't know that keeping vacation accruals where they are now increases our potential liability.
No,
so if it doesn't, I mean, to me, that's a major reason not to provide additional benefit, because there's absolutely no reason that we need to, from a liability perspective. From a from a philosophical perspective, I mean, it's pretty well known, and I guess, HR circles, I mean, ideally, vacation is to be used. Theoretically, the organization gets back a refreshed, excited, enthusiastic employee, and accruals don't help the organization at all, zero. They help maybe an individual employee essentially come up with some kind of catastrophic happenstance insurance, essentially, or they can cash out more when they leave. And actually, the huge cash out more at the leave, if I'm not mistaken, can really affect PERS dramatically. So if somebody's got a huge accrual and they take it when they leave, now their PERS for the rest of their life is that much more. So it's being used by employees in many ways that don't help the organization at all, and there's no additional liability. So I would be in favor of keeping it the same. I think there's all benefits to the organization to keep it the same.
And you're correct that there's no liability issue associated with either of these two components. It's a recruitment and retention piece, and that does play a factor in whether people accept jobs as how much vacation they accrue and what their caps are. So that's the reason why we would consider it.
Rick?
So Stephanie, of the number of employees, how many people actually exceed the 200-hour cap, and what would be the financial impact? In other words, if most of the employees don't even go there, then why are we taking time to discuss it?
I don't know the number. Yeah, it sounds like we don't have many that would go over.
Okay.
But it's because people pay close attention to make sure they don't lose their vacation time usually.
Oh, okay. So they would still take their time, it would just have more opportunity. Okay, thank you.
Joel?
What is the length of a pay period? Is that at 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. Yeah, well, increasing that accrual rate doesn't seem unreasonable to me. The cap to 370 seems, that's way over 10% of the year. So I would be okay with the accrual rates, and we could increase the cap, I think, from like 200 to 240, but to go to 370. I think with the police and fire, retirement, or not retirement, vacation is to use, because it prevents burnout, and especially in police and fire. And so I think that's very important that police and fire have that accrual rate, and the 200 hours, or if we increase it to 240, to take that amount of annual leave and not use it and build it up to that much kind of defeats the purpose of what annual leave's for from a management standpoint. So I could increase the cap from 200. I'd be open to 200 to 240. Yeah, and the accrual rates per pay period, I wasn't quite sure what the pay period was, but that would be in line with what other agencies do, and I would be okay with that.
Kathleen?
In light of how popular the family leave program is, I'm not interested in this, so I would say no. Because there's time that people can take off with that too, so it just
Only if you meet the criteria. Some people do not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Other questions, comments? So we have one suggestion, and
do we want to vote on the two components separately?
Sure.
Why don't we start with increasing the accrual rates so that to match the IAFF, the 0 to 35 months and 36 plus months increases. Thumbs up would be yes, and thumbs down would be no. Okay. No, that's the second piece, the accrual rate. We're talking about the second piece, increase executive accrual rates to match IAFF. Yes or no? One. All right, we have primarily no, so we will not. And then increasing the cap from 200 to whatever number we would choose. Yes or no? All right, I'm seeing no's. Okay. Moving on to the last question that we are asking for direction on. And note that this slide is different from what was emailed out. We did find an issue from the recommendation that was from earlier in the spring. When I was reviewing the non-bargaining handbook earlier today, we realized that it was really comparing apples to oranges. And so we took out that component. So we have in the non-bargaining handbook, there's a list of holidays. There's 11 holidays that are recognized by the city. And then it talks about the police and executive and their holidays, and they get 12 holidays. But those are essentially floating holidays, not the recognized holidays, so we're not looking at trying to make those consistent, which is what the slide from the spring had indicated. So we're taking that out as far as consideration. But we do still have a discrepancy between exempt and confidential employees. Currently, exempt employees only receive one personal holiday, and confidential receive 2 personal holidays. So the question is whether you want to fix that to make them consistent.
Joel?
So administrative leave, say I have to go to, I'm a city employee and I have to go to the Historic Commission meeting and it's outside my regular work hours. Do I put down can I earn administrative leave for that?
I'm not following that.
In other words, if I work outside my 40-hour period and it's ordered work,
Then you get overtime, comp time, things like that for
yeah,
it.
Well,
comp time, same as comp time.
Non-bargaining doesn't, though.
Not non-bargaining,
Yeah,
it's the
non-bargaining,
hourly.
you just fill that, that's one of your responsibilities and your roles, and you fill that.
So you don't get comp time for that?
No. No, exempt employees
there
are some hourly.
The fire chief is definitely
There
shaking
are
his
some
head.
hourly non-bargaining employees, and they would get overtime, comp
Yes.
time, things like that. For the exempt non-bargaining employees, you do your job, and whether it's 35 hours in a week or 75 hours in a week, you do your job, and you because it ends up averaging out at where you're generally
It'd
putting
probably be
in
more
well over.
beneficial to the employee and the agency if we gave them administrative leave.
We do have, if you attend, was it 2 night meetings per quarter? You get 2 days of administrative leave each
Okay.
quarter to make up for those night times when you do have the night meetings.
Okay,
But
so you do get administrative.
You have to meet certain requirements as far as how many night meetings you're required to do. But that's very few exempt employees that would qualify for that.
Fire chief may not have to come to work.
Rob?
So to be clear, right, Aaron, to be very clear, if part of your regular job is to attend meetings that are outside of the normal 9 to 5, like council meetings at night or whatever, or as Joel was saying, historic building sites, then a non-bargaining person, if Brad's attending the HBSC meetings, he's eligible, on a regular basis, he's eligible for administrative leave, which is up to 2 paid days off per quarter, correct?
Yes.
Just say yes, because the answer is yes.
Counselor, it sounds like staff responded to your answer.
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
you are correct. We do, but
And
it's only certain exempt employees that would qualify for that administrative leave. It's not
Right,
all
and it's
exempt.
up to 8 days per year, paid time off.
Correct.
And-
Eight
right.
8-hour days per year because.
Correct. Thank you. Thanks, Joel. So when you asked the question on personal holidays, should we make them the same or consistent? Do we have the option of bringing one of them down a day to make them consistent?
Probably.
Bringing them both up to the same to be consistent. Can we bring one of them down to make them consistent if that's the issue?
I am not sure if you can do that. I think it would be considered an adverse action. I can look into that, but I think you can't take away a benefit without some agreement.
Other questions or comments?
Okay. Then for our last show of direction, thumbs up is yes, thumbs down is no. And I know where the answer's going, so. Okay. All right, then we have direction on that. We will, I'm not even going to move to my last slide. We're going to return for a further workshop once we have the numbers based on the direction that I've been given today. We'll come back with that for you, and you can tell us whether or not you want to move forward at that time, if you want different alternatives, if you want it to go to the task force, but we'll bring this back to you soon.
Thank you, Stephanie. And next up on our agenda, we have a comprehensive fee schedule. And JC's got a presentation for us.
Move out there, 'cause I'm
Good afternoon, Council. I have an inquiry from staff to get further direction on the comprehensive fee schedule. I have a little bit of a background and some various examples because I think we made the comment in the December 3rd meeting about wanting to go line by line. And I think staff constitutes that as a lot of work to go through that. And so I just want to be clear on the direction as far as what council is really looking for moving forward. So I do have some different examples that came where fees were born from either history, cost recovery, maybe some requests from some outside agencies that we have partnerships with, and different methodologies. And then hopefully get that direction or potentially direction for a future workshop for all the information. So just as a little bit of this background, to go over it again, we normally use a CPIU, Consumer Price Index, Urban, for a lot of our rates annually on January 1st to keep up with inflation. And that number comes from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so council has historically acknowledged the comprehensive fee schedule on that January 1st, but we have done off-cycle ones when we do have edits that come in mid-year. So other various ordinances and resolutions approved in the past specify CPI-based adjustments to various city fees and charges to help city operating divisions keep up with the cost of inflation. And again, these are going to happen on January 1st, and we have a weird year of November to October, so we can implement that on January 1st. And so automatic inflation adjustments are applied to all the main city utility user rates, SDCs, and many but not all of the planning and engineering fees. Water rates have an additional adjustment approved as of per the direction of council on November 5th. This year's adjustment was calculated to be a CPIU of 2.71. I do want to point this out because this hasn't happened before, and I'll get my laser pointer up. Technically, we have only 11 months in this last year due to the federal shutdown. We believe that there's not going to actually be a 12 months, and so we calculated this based on the data we do have. I did check into this as of today, and October still is not posted, and normally they post those figures about 15 days after the close of the month. So they don't plan on that. So again, kind of a weird oddity, but I just wanted to point out that there was an 11-month calculation in this year. On December 3rd, 2025, council provided staff with direction to look further at all the rates charged on the comprehensive fee schedule. And this brings us back to looking for further direction regarding this request. As mentioned, there were previous ordinances and resolutions that approved fee amounts and other information that went into the charge out rates. Going through each line would potentially take a considerable length of time. And each area or charge has its own subtle differences and nuances and or origination. And I did see a hand up if there was a question. If you.
So even if you're not prepared for this question, you might be prepared. You might be able to give us a really good estimate or whatever. So what is the dollar amount we're talking about as far as if these fees were not raised 3% or whatever this year versus what's the total figure we're looking at as far as the difference in revenue for the city?
So that's different for every fund, right?
It's different what?
For every fund. So water, if we don't implement water, you could see that's about 2.71% plus the 1% that you authorized. So that'd be a 3.71% potential decrease in those revenues. Sewer would be 2.71 potentially as a percentage of revenues that you would not be collecting.
So not percentage, but what's the dollar amount? If, in other words, if we had no increase this year versus what we're planning to increase?
I don't have that dollar amount in front of me, but that's something
You
I
have a
could easily do.
ballpark or no?
I don't want to take a guess on front, and get it wrong,
Okay,
because it's different for every fund too.
okay.
So just as kind of a recap of how these fees come to be, there should be a major policy consideration as to the nexus of service provided and the revenues received. So plainly, who is paying for the service and who uses the service, and normally these fees are set up to balance those two questions out. And I'm going to go through some different examples because I think it's important to highlight that not one area is kind of the same as another area as far as what we charge out. And one of the examples here is building. So the 2008 recession affected all of the city's operations. The building program is an example of the decline in reserves and staff as a result of that event. Building had a rate increase in 2008, which was reduced in May of 2009 to address the economic climate. And then building required extra contributions from the general fund in subsequent years. So I have this slide up here that's a bunch of little tiny pictures, but I gave you all handouts in front of you. And so what I'm going to go over right now is Exhibit 1, just to kind of illustrate that building potentially had a different set of circumstances. So on page 1, you're looking at the 2008 adopted budget. I want to point out that I have a red box around kind of the information that I want you guys to focus on. There was a appropriation level of 2.7 million, which 1.3-ish is the reserve balance. And so you're looking at a potential annual budget in 2008 of $1.5 million for the building program. If you flip to page 2 in the 2008 adopted budget, and just so everybody's following along, I see people reading the slides. There's a separate handout with Exhibit 1 on the top right.
It might, you're talking about Exhibit 1, page 1. It might have been just a little bit confusing because there's also a page 46, just because it was printed from another, anyway, it's just FYI.
It comes
But
off of our adopted budget book, so.
Exactly.
rather
So
than printing off-
I was just mentioning that to you. So
appreciate it.
you're talking Exhibit 1, page 1, just
first
to get
page,
everybody
yes.
on the same page. Thanks.
So again, I just want to go over say what I just said again. 2008 adopted budget for the building services department was about a total of 2.7, which 1.3 being the reserve amount. And so you have about a 1.4, 1.5-ish million dollar budget in building in 2008. And if you flip to the second page of that exhibit, or page 47 at the bottom, depending on how you're looking at it, you'll notice that in 2008, we had 7 FTE in that department. Fast forward and flip to the next page, or the 2011 adopted budget of the building department, and or page 122, depending on how you're looking at it. You can see that adopted budget decreased to a total of 937,000 or 938,000 approximately, with only a reserve balance of about 300,000. Meaning the budget went from $1.4 million in expenses down to about 600,000. And flipping to, and just above that, I didn't highlight it, but you can see the transfers coming in from the general fund. So basically the building services had to be subsidized by the general fund through that recessionary period while drawing down those reserve balances, approximately almost $1 million. Those transfer amounts are that 50,000, 50,000, and 100,000 in that bottom line of the revenues. And then flipping to the next page, page 123 or page 4, however we're looking at it, they have 5, or they still have the same 7 positions, but 5 of those went unfunded. So basically we went from 7 positions all the way down to 2 positions. And so there was a drastic service level change. And then fast forwarding to 2026, which is the next page, you could see that the total budget is about 2.8, but of that 2.8, we have about $1.8 million in reserves, which is contingency and ending balance, and their annual budget is close to $1 million. And then flipping to the very next page, or page 288, you can see that we only have 3.8 FTE. So we've never truly made it back to that level of 2008 in 2026. And flipping to the next page, which is a draft of our 2025 annual comprehensive financial report, even with over $100,000 of interest earned on those reserve balances, this program still did not make money. It actually lost almost $9,000. So I just want to highlight that the building fees within the comprehensive fee schedule didn't necessarily garner a win as far as financially. And that's what this slide is right here. So another example I'd like to bring up is planning, which is kind of a different kind of structure. I do have an Exhibit 2 for planning, and it's just a one-pager. And so some of the areas utilize a cost recovery method. And now cost recovery refers to the process of recouping the money spent on an expense. In government, this can be less than 100% and subsidized from other revenues. So in our actual fee structure, we don't have a specific cost recovery measurement requirement, specifically in this example for planning, yet previous council action and rates inherently accepted that planning fees do not pay for the planning service and/or the department. So the next page is the 2026, which is this Exhibit 2. You're looking at the 2023 and 2024 actual recovery is 17% of their budget. So when we are budgeting in 2026 about $1.6 million, we're only bringing in approximately a little less than $200,000. And in 2026, that looks like a 12% cost recovery on planning fees. The next example is pool fees. So some charges have been in congruence with a contract or a partner. So we do have a partnership contract with the YMCA. In 2022, the YMCA requested an increase in pool admission fees to help recoup their costs, as admission fees hadn't been changed in over a decade and they were actually losing money on what they were providing. I believe in that contract too, we split any of the profits above what we make on each side, and I think we only made, as far as a split, a couple $1,000s in increasing these fees. And so you can see from in Exhibit 3, which again is a one-pager, we moved the 2022 to 2023, and there was a slight increase on all of those fees. And again, I don't think that even though there's an increase here, the pool is not necessarily making money hand over fist. And I don't have an exhibit for this one, but there are different examples in utilities. And so each of the utilities are born from their own variation of methodologies and considerations. So in the water system, we look at the water meter size and the water usage. In wastewater, it's slightly different. And again, this is a high level look. There's very, very specific nuances into a lot of these charge out fees. This is just the high level look at these and the categories that we look at. So wastewater, we talk about connections and water usage. Transportation is about how many trips the property potentially generates. Stormwater has to do with impervious area. Public safety is also on trips generated. Just looking at the utility billing statistics, just to show that there's just a variability or a wide range is what the city provides. We have over 14,000 accounts. About 11,500 have water connections. We have about 2,800 accounts without water service. We have 233 accounts that are strictly irrigation or fire protection. I think when you do all of our charge outs and all of the combinations, it's over 1 million combinations that we have as our fee structure to charge out in the congruence of all of our utilities. So partially getting into or asking for this direction is if you really want to go line by line and go into diving into these, staff believes that some of these may take their own workshop alone and could potentially have some other staff that we would want to bring in here to help support and get council the information they need to make decisions. And so with that, I'll take any questions.
Joel?
Appreciate the presentation. It was good. I would not support a line-by-line review. I think that would be a waste of time, and we don't have the knowledge that staff has. The question I have, so the one thing that was in the back of my mind, this comes before us every year, and I wasn't sure that staff reviewed like the pool fees or the planning fees or whatever to see should they be increased, should they be decreased, not based upon inflation, but based upon the actual nature of the fee itself and what's being provided. And that can work both directions, as the pool did in 2023 or whenever the pool fees were increased because they needed to be to keep the Y solvent. And so as we look at this, my question is, I don't have short questions, I apologize. Has all staff reviewed their items? Because that would be my expectation before it comes to council, that the fee methodology is still accurate and appropriate, and that we just don't automatically increase them by 2% a year regardless of whether it's appropriate or not.
So I think there's two questions in there, and I'll hopefully try and answer them. Yes, so my department houses the fee schedule, and every year we send that out to all the departments for their review, to look through their areas and those charge-out rates. For the percentage increases that you're talking about, they're per resolution or ordinance potentially, and or muni code, that they do get that CPI adjustment. Doesn't mean that council has to implement them. It just means that is what staff has been directed to with other council actions and what that council has approved.
So let me give you two examples. One is supply and demand, pamphlets. If pamphlets are cheaper, you probably sell more of them to some extent, the elasticity of demand. And if they increase in price, you probably sell less. And that can have an impact on, the price can go up and your total revenue can go down, theoretically. And I just want to make sure that staff's, because they have the knowledge. I don't have that knowledge, and I don't want that knowledge. Okay, that's why they get paid. But I just want to make sure that staff has reviewed those fees to make sure that they're appropriate in light of today's world, not 10 years ago with a 2% fee added on each year.
Again, I can only answer as to what I put out there, and my assumption is that when finance sends it out and we do get those edits back, that we are reviewing those as a staff. Is somebody missing maybe one? Could be the case. But for the most part, I would say staff does their due diligence in looking through that schedule, because in that schedule that we proposed on December 3rd, not all of the fees were going to change. And so some of those fees like you're talking about, like did it make sense to increase and or decrease, it didn't. And so they remained the same.
Rob?
So fees that are associated with any service that's provided in an enterprise fund, do those fees stay in the enterprise fund?
That is correct.
Okay, so, and what, do you have an idea of what percentage of fees that we collect end up in the general fund? Ballpark.
The only fees that would end up in the general fund are the ones charged out in the general fund. So there is
building permits, things of that nature?
Building is its own fund. It's restricted to paying for the building services. So you're talking about public safety utility is the only general fund one. So the planning fees go back to planning. Parks and recreation fees go back to Parks and Recreation. It's just like the example I gave you for planning, Parks and Recreation doesn't earn the money that it costs to run our park system.
Right. Thank you.
Indra has a question.
Indra?
Yeah, so JC, I don't understand when Rob asked you earlier about how much money, I forget how he put it, but basically how much money went into these increases, and you said you couldn't figure that out, or you didn't have that information. So I don't understand how you don't have that information, because wouldn't you have started with how much money do we need revenue-wise before we even start increasing these fees?
So that's a good question. Not all fees are connected to the end game, which is the revenue, but for like a majority of the utilities, they're based on a CPI inflationary increase. And so I didn't go back through and calculate the actual total end revenue, but we calculated the actual per rate increase that needed to be applied to those areas per resolution and or ordinance. So again, it wouldn't take me that long, and I could probably get that information to you guys by tomorrow. It's just that's not necessarily how we look at the fee schedule, except for when we come back into budgeting, which is going to start here in the next couple of months, and so all of those numbers will be apparent.
Okay, because it's just interesting to me that we would just say, okay, let's do this, the 2.71 increase, whether we need it or not. I mean, and I think Joel brought up a good point. At what point do some of the fees for building or planning have a negative impact? And you are having people pay it, but now they're not going to even go there anymore because it's too much. And so we actually lose revenue. And so I think you were saying you assume that the departments do that, but we don't really know. Like, do you have any way of knowing?
I do not look over their shoulder while they read and or review, so I can't tell you for certain if people actually are doing the review, but based on edits and comments that we do get back, I would assume that the large majority of people are reviewing these. And back to your question about building and planning, that goes into part of this call to action is to provide us with some of that feedback. If you really want to go through all of the planning fees, we would come back to you and give you also comparators in our region and or across the state, as far as what everybody else is potentially charging for planning fees as well, to go along with that information piece, not necessarily just to go through are they too high or too low. And in Exhibit 2, we saw that it's only paying for about 12% of the actual department to run. And so it's subsidized as it is.
Right, and I'm not saying, I don't want to go through every fee and what other municipalities are doing. I mean, I don't really care what they're charging because each municipality is different and ours is different. And I just, the reason I brought it up is because some of those rate or fee increases were so high, like $400 more for this or that permit. I mean, they were so high. And then as I mentioned before, the other thing that caught my eye was the water, the courtesy notice that you're late on water, we're now going to start charging people for. And then there's a new shut-off fee, which was stated at a meeting that we didn't have. We were proud because we didn't have a shut-off fee. And maybe now it was brought up to someone's attention and they said we need a shut-off fee. But I just want to make sure we're not arbitrarily just collecting money to collect money to have so that we can spend it in other areas. I would rather the people be able to keep their money and spend it how they would than us, the city, just collecting it and then doling it out to certain entities how we feel it should be spent. I'm totally against that. So I think when we do these fees increases, we should have a clear knowledge of how much we need to subsidize this department this year and what that's going to cost. And so what percentage increase, maybe we only needed a 1% increase rather than 2.71, or maybe some years we need a 5% increase. it just seems so arbitrary to me, and it doesn't make sense that we would do it that way. Thank you.
So I think there were questions in there, but let me try and address some of the things that I heard. So again, planning is subsidized by the general fund, and it is up to the purview of the council. If you want to reduce those fees, that's fine. Will it create more because you've lowered the price? Couldn't tell you that. Because planning is associated with development. So just because you lower a fee doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get more activity. The other thing is planning is in the general fund. And so if you're talking about lowering fees and increasing the subsidy, then you're talking about taking more money potentially from the general fund when we're talking about police and fire and some of their needs as well. And so I just want to relate that idea to everybody that those are all interconnected because it is all general fund. In regards to the comment about the shutoff, and there was a memo sent out last week regarding that the shutoff fees are delinquency processing fees. The question that came up a few weeks back was about if a business was empty, could they just turn off their service at no charge? And the answer to that question is there is not a charge. If you have an empty residence or an empty building, there is not a shutoff notice. If you are shut off due to delinquency in payment, that is the charge that is on that rates schedule. And so we do have snowbirds out there in the city that go somewhere else in the wintertime and they choose to shut off their service and we do not charge for that.
So, I want to make sure Indra was finished.
Well, thank you, Victoria. I would like to just respond to that. When I was asking the question, it wasn't just about empty businesses. It was about, there are tenants, and not just tenants, homeowners that are not being able to afford their water bill. I know that for a fact. And so that was my question. So they're late on their fee, and so they're going to be charged more by the city to shut off their water. And then you said that there was no charge to turn it back on. So that's kind of good, I guess. But, I just think when people are down and out and not able to pay their water, I would rather find money from somewhere else than charge $15 to send out a letter with a stamp to them. So that's just me. But I just think... just overall, I don't want to take money from the general fund, and take away from public safety. No one wants to do that. It's almost like, that becomes a threat that if you do this or that, you're taking from public safety. I don't want to do that. But again, I want to make sure that these increases are fair to the taxpayers. And I'm not seeing that right now if we're just doing a blanket percent increase every year, no matter what. Thank you.
Just to address one of the comments there, I just want to make sure that everybody's under the same understanding. In order for us as staff to run the utility, we have to provide clear policy and the exact same situation applied to every single person. I understand that there are hardships out there in the city, but I can't delineate between people who are having hardships and then people who just don't pay, right? And so we have to practice that shut off in one and the same.
Well, I'm sorry, except that doesn't make sense because the courtesy notice is a late payment courtesy notice, right?
That is correct. It is a notice before you actually get shut off.
Right. So that's not going to the snowbird who calls and asks you to shut off their water.
Because they're not
I
delinquent.
agree. Yeah, you have to do fairness, of course. Yes.
So I had a question and then I saw Rob's hand. So on Exhibit 2, the community development, I think this just will kind of help going forward, just in general understanding for myself and maybe some others. You say there's a 12% cost recovery, and that was down from, and I think you said 17, but I didn't write it down till later, so I might have been off, but it doesn't matter. It was down. Okay, thank you. So the cost recovery goes right back into the department itself. Is that true always, or does it go back into the general fund, or?
It'll be the same no matter how you look at it. These departments are subsidized by the general fund, and so what that general fund subsidy looks like on that example, Exhibit 2, is that general support. That is where that general fund money comes in. We haven't necessarily, as a staff, been given clear council direction as to what that percentage should be, right? Other cities that I've worked at, it's a hard, you need to try and make 25%, 50%, 75% cost recovery. We've never gotten there, but I think the rationale has been these fees seem to be high, as potentially they may be perceived to be high for the planning and or development community. And so we've just set those and been okay with this 17 to 12-ish%.
I got it. So really, could I say, am I correct then in saying raising the fees keeps the level of service within each department? And, well, there's my first question, and then maybe I have others.
So generically speaking, in raising the fees, whether they're raised because it makes sense, like the pool, or raised like a CPI that is supposed to keep in inflation, that keeps that proportionate rate close to be the same subsidy year in and year out.
Oh, okay. And so what would be the benefit of, I'm not picking on community development, but it's just one page, so it's easier to use for an example. But what would be the benefit of pushing community development's cost recovery up to 25%? What would that do for the city, for the general general budget? How would that benefit us? I'm not suggesting we need to do that, but I want to know the philosophy behind it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so if you increase the cost recovery, in theory, you're decreasing the general fund subsidy. If you as a policy board keep the same level of service and increase that revenue stream, in theory, you're adding unrestricted dollars back to the general fund, which then you can potentially redirect to any general fund activity.
To fire, police, okay. Correct. So it's just less of a strain on the general budget in general.
Right, but then you'll have a developer say that's more of a strain on their...
On them, exactly. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Rob? And then Joel?
So I'd like to maybe try to summarize this with, maybe it's not the time for it. It's not a question. I'd like to try to summarize this to wrap this up and move it along. And if people want me to do that now, or I can wait until Joel's question or whatever. You got a question, Joel?
Go ahead.
Well, okay. So in general, I do appreciate Indra's concern, and I appreciate her concern for every single thing that she mentioned. With that said, if we want to stop essentially needing to have increased fee revenues every year, we're looking at it from the wrong end. We shouldn't be trying to cut the revenue stream. We need to turn it off at the spigot. We need to stop spending. And that's really easy to say, but the bottom line is this council, myself included, of course, we voted for every possible pay increase this year, every union increase this year. We voted for virtually everything that's come in front of us. And so, in contrast, I would say that in 2021, early in the year, the council had at least probably 3 5-hour workshops where we went through tons of lines on the budget, and basically that exercise ended up in a $1.8 million budget cuts is what we had to do with what we had to work on. In other words, that was a really hard job, but we actually worked on cutting. This council so far hasn't made any really hard financial choices, and as a result, I can't see cutting off the revenue stream if we're not going to shut the spigot, so to speak. I mean, we agreed to hire 6 more public safety employees with essentially no funding source other than our reserves or ending fund balances. Well, okay, that could be and that was basically Jay Meredith's work from last year and his suggestions, and we all embraced that, and and it wasn't really what our staff wanted to do, I get it, but we went forward with that, and that's what we're basing our 12 hires on, is ending fund balances. Well, our ending fund balances are going to be less if we cut off our revenue streams. So I can't see cutting off the revenue streams unless we're actually going to find a way to cut off our spending, because that just is kind of foolish. So I would just say, like, if Indra or any other counselors want to go through this line by line and maybe spend a half an hour meeting with JC afterwards, and they come up with something that they want to bring back to council, several items or dozens of items they want to bring back to council, I'd be willing to look at that. But right now, if we're going to keep spending, and we are so far, that's what we're doing, I can't see cutting off what's creating our ending fund balances that we're then using to pay for our public safety increases. It just would be counterproductive, and it just doesn't follow a logical train of thought. So I'd like to go forward and just say I'm slightly reluctantly, but I'm in favor of going forward with these increases because I don't know that if they're creating an excess, it's an excess that we're using for public safety. So I'm okay with going forward with them, unfortunately, because we're not really cutting anywhere else. Thank you.
Joel?
I agree with what Rob said. In addition, it's an opportunity for the council, where there is an economic incentive or disincentive for grants. And a good example is the system development charges that are fees, and they can be pretty expensive. But yet we set up a fund where, under certain criteria, and I can't remember, that fund came from the sale of property, I believe. Is that correct? And so that to help remove the economic burden of building housing. So one of the things I think we need to ask ourselves as we look at that, and there's money that becomes available through other means rather than the general fund, that we could use it to set up, so for example, and I'm not suggesting this, it's just an example, with small housing, starter houses, that there'd be, if we came up with federal funding or whatever for paying those fees to subsidize the development of the construction of starter homes, that might be something we want to consider. So I think it's a rationale to look at it, and because there is an economic impact as to what actually happens, and we'd like to make it in the right direction.
Wasn't there a task force that was looking at exactly that? Yes, okay. I have Rick and then Rob.
I like the comments that Rob and Joel have made. I feel the fee increases reflect user fees, and if the fees are not collected by the user, then ultimately they end up being subsidized by taxpayers. And I feel that's why user fees are appropriate, although, as Joel indicated, there's some instances where you want to subsidize, so, but I would be in favor of proceeding. Thank you.
So, getting back to something that I said in a different subject, the other way, I just mentioned, finding ways to cut, but also the other way would be to, if somehow we were able to incentivize employees for finding increased efficiencies. And when we talk about, longevity bonuses for longtime employees, well, some of those longtime employees might have some ideas that they've seen for the last 5 years or so of, geez, how do we save a big chunk of money? How do we implement AI over here to potentially save money? And it might be potentially, unfortunately, lay some people off. But the bottom line is, we could, if we had increased efficiencies in certain areas, and again, that's a buzzword that sounds good, but the reality is, if we were able to do that in a major way, we might also be able to reduce fees. And, you know, we can be told that staff is, every day looks at ways to increase efficiency, and to some degree that's true. But unless we can actually come up with ways to save big chunks of money, and again, incentivizing employees maybe to come up with ways of saving big chunks of money, then I would say that we've got to move forward with what we have to be able to pay for the services we're now providing.
Just as a response to the Councilor Pell's comment, we view ourselves as a high-performing organization. And as an executive staff, we empower all staff members to come forward with any idea that they may have, because there are different perspectives from each individual position that come with their own ingrained, inherent knowledge of their position and what they do. And so we implore people to come forward with those kinds of ideas and improvements to gain efficiencies.
I guess, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure that you do. And I also have to wonder if there were opportunities to increase efficiencies that might result in layoffs. I really wonder if staff would be forthcoming, knowing that they'd be working towards putting someone out of a job. But nonetheless, sometimes, you know, otherwise we'd still be paying, you know, firemen to shovel coal into diesel and electric locomotives, you know? Like, guess what? You know, feather bedding doesn't really benefit the organization. So I'm just wondering if, you know, we're looking for everything that we could do, because employees aren't looking to hurt their fellow employees, and I understand that. But again, I'm just saying that as a general idea, efficiencies above and beyond might be a way for us to then reduce some of our fees. But without those, I'm for moving forward and just approving the fee increases.
Joel?
I just want to thank and honor you for coming back to us with the detail and the staff input, and in a very professional manner and open and honest. I don't know if we want to entertain a motion from here or what we want to do. I'll leave that up to the council president.
Oh, go ahead.
And Indra has a question.
Oh, Indra, okay. Yes, Indra.
Where's the motion?
Oh, yes, I understand. I've been very vague because it is a complex issue. I also have a question about the task force that started back in February, March, and it seems like we would benefit from having some of that information from the builders and developers, you know, before this fee increase even came up. So does anyone know where that task force is, or what it's doing, or when we might hear from it?
Yeah, the task force is actually doing quite well. They're going through the development code and taking different articles within the development code. They just recently finished landscaping. They're moving on to different development code ideas. They're having great conversation. So both the city staff and the developers that are associated with the task force are learning a lot and showing a collaborative effort to try to better our system that we have in place. I think a lot of what might come out of that will be maybe some efficiencies to where we can maybe deal with some areas that are maybe a director's decision instead of maybe going to council, which will save the developer time and effort. If there's any internal mechanisms associated with the way we deliver services, then that'll also be included. But they still have a number of articles to go through and are actively meeting to accomplish that goal.
Okay, and I guess I would like to say, I really am concerned about our small businesses, and they are really struggling. I heard from another one that's going to be going out of business after Christmas. They can't hang on. This is a downtown business as well, and so when we increase these fees, it costs so much for a small business to take a space. This is why probably so many people go to food trucks or pop-ups, to take a space and convert it into the way that you need it or want it is so cost prohibitive that we're not even having it anymore. And I think our empty storefronts and boarded up buildings show that. And so I think we need to to do something, and maybe drastic. Maybe we don't approve this and say, hey, let's get revenue in another way. I don't see the point of the city taking money in fees and then saying, well, we'll give it out to whoever asks for it. We'll decide. We will decide who we give it out to. I think what I'm seeing since I've been on the council is that the money we spend and the grants we give go out to a lot of the same people who have connections with the city. And I'm not saying that's bad or wrong or whatever. That's just how it is. A lot of other businesses or builders or, small don't know even what's available. And we've seen that. And so I'm going to vote no on this. I don't think we should do business as usual. And I don't want to take away from the fire. I think Rob made a great point. We do need to stop the spending on everything that comes across at a council meeting, because we do. We just say, here is money. And at some point, I think we have to stop. And, maybe this is drastic. I would like to revisit it. I'm not saying that all the increases are wrong.
Did you want to visit this in agenda review, Indra? Or come back to it?
Yeah, I guess I would make a motion to do that, or propose that we do revisit it.
Or do you want to bring that back then on the next item in our workshop, which is agenda review?
What purpose would that serve? I mean, would we talk about the same thing, or?
Well,
I'm just saying.
I don't know. I was just wondering if we were getting a little far off from the comprehensive fee schedule, and maybe you had some ideas that you wanted to formulate under a different council action when we get to agenda review. That was the question.
So, Indra, this is Aaron. One of the things, a lot of what you were saying, I was trying to listen and take some notes, and the fees that are in front of us today are a lot of them are like cost recovery for the services that we're providing, and some of the comments that you mentioned were us collecting fees and then distributing to who we would like to distribute. And the fees that are in front of you today aren't those type of fees. These type of fees are established, and as mentioned, a lot of them are subsidized to a large percentage by other revenue sources, and so they're there to help with the operations of the organization, or to try to recover the costs associated with providing the services.
I understand that. Why are we have an automatic 2.71% increase overall for all of these fees and increases, correct?
Yeah, if I understand the question, the 2.71 mainly applies to utilities. And so what you're looking at is Muni Code says that previous councils have given direction to staff to make that through Muni Code annually, so that way the cost of inflation is kept up with the rates that are charged out.
So now I guess I've misunderstood what we talked about before. That 2.71 is only utilities? Is that what you're saying?
It's not just utilities. There are a couple other areas that it affects, but predominantly it's mainly the utilities that got that CPI, as well as some engineering and planning fees.
Okay, so I guess I would once again ask you, JC, how did you come up with the total amount of increases? Or how did you come up with what total do we need to raise to make this work? How did you come up with that?
This process does not go by total revenues. It goes by individual recommendations and or edits by departments to, like the pool, as an example, like that I brought today,
right.
And or it is tied to the municipal code that says we should apply a CPIU index to it.
Yeah, Counselor, that's JC really hit it on the mark. The majority of what you see in the and the changes are tied to the CPIU and what's in the municipal code for us to maintain those fees associated with that increase.
Okay, I just asked that and he said no, so no. I just don't think we should just be raising to raise, and we don't even know. I mean, I guess at some point you'd have to trust the departments to know what raises are going to bring in new revenue and not really affect building or opening of businesses. And I don't know if you think about that. Do you think about that, JC?
Yes, we do really consider our rates, how much we're charging, how much we're being subsidized by general fund. It's a whole package. We've got to look at what's acceptable and what we could do within the community, how our rates compare to other communities when it comes to cost recovery, and then also what is the general fund's opportunity to be able to subsidize those rates that when we're not charging the full cost of recovery.
Okay. All right, I won't spend any more time. I will wrap this up, but I will just say that everything we've asked for money for, the council, the city manager, and JC always find the money somewhere. And so, and then even though when I say in private, do we have money for this? And the question is no, but somehow everything we want to spend money on, the city, you, Aaron, find a way to do it. And so to me, that says, do we really need to be taking all of this money from the taxpayer to spend on our little special interests? And my answer is no. Thank you. Thank you all for listening to me. Sorry.
I saw Joel, but he might want to defer to Rob.
Rob, you want to go first?
So, Indra, I appreciate everything you said because it's all really worthy questioning and discussion. But I'd just like to, I guess, at this point, make a motion that to wrap this up and move this to Wednesday night's meeting. And I'd like to make a motion to wrap this up and move it to Wednesday.
Kathleen? Second? Oh, okay. All those in favor of moving it to, okay.
Excuse me, Counselor, just as a point of clarification,
okay.
You would like the previously December 3rd presented changes to come back on Wednesday?
And what were those changes again from the 3rd?
They were the CPI to all the utilities and then minor adjustments where staff found areas to improve.
Right, thank you, yes.
And a thumbs up again, I think, okay. Does staff have direction?
Yes, thank you, Council President.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda review. Do any counselors have any items for agenda review? Rob?
Yeah, we, I don't know, a month or so back or whatever, there was emails about the podcast, and I had some questions or reservations at that time. And what I want to specifically bring up, we have, like, because this week is a perfect example of one of my concerns, my biggest concern about the podcast program is that we have an action item on Wednesday night's agenda, and for whatever reason, the city manager decided that was going to be an appropriate topic to be on the podcast, and he did have a counselor that, and he also himself, were both in favor of this item that's coming up on Wednesday night's agenda. Well, you know, to me, that's really not appropriate. If we were going to have something for an upcoming agenda item, if there was potentially a pro and con invited onto a podcast or something of that nature, it might be more fair. But to me, this is a way where it can be used, whether it was intentional or not. This time it was used to essentially create a favorable environment or a favorable discussion leading towards our Wednesday's action. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think it's ethical, quite frankly. And, I can just briefly, just going back, because in my mind it applies, and you can decide if it does. But I go back to 2009. We had a very important public safety levy vote in May because the levy had failed the prior November. And in the city newsletter, there were things written in there that were very pro-levy. Immediately when I read them, I knew it was an ethics violation. Immediately I knew it was inappropriate. And I went to the city manager and I said to him, are you sure? You know what you're doing? You know what you did with this newsletter and how basically you violated ethics laws by essentially coming out in a very favorable way on this upcoming election. And again, an election's a really official thing, and it's not the same as our podcast. But and his response to me was, he said, the levy is large, the ethics fines are small, it's worth the risk. And when he said that, I immediately knew that manager needed to be fired, because I knew that this was not someone that I could trust or the public could trust. And to a much smaller degree, I look at this podcast, what's been the protocol so far of bringing people on, or the manager himself talking in favorable ways about an upcoming agenda item. I look at that as a very gray ethical area. So I'd like to schedule a workshop that discusses exactly how this podcast is going to be used in the future, because I'm not real happy with how it was used in the past in some areas. I think it was being used in we'll say a one-sided way, in a way that was very inappropriate. So I'd like to schedule a workshop that talks about the podcast.
Yeah, if council wants to have a workshop on the podcast, we definitely do that. If council wants, I can just take that general direction and concern that was expressed by this counselor and make sure that when we talk about, there's two main real parts of the podcast. And one is talk about what actions came out of council, and then talk about future items that might be of importance to the public. And we would need to just make sure we maintain a neutral stance on any future items that came up. And that the council member may see as appropriate. From my perspective, it was a good general discussion, and I wouldn't want to be seen as going for or in favor or against a council action, but it was a general conversation that occurred in a podcast. But definitely, we can make sure that is taken as note, and I will modify the discussion of future items that may be of public interest to alleviate the concern that was mentioned here by that council member.
Other agenda review items?
Indra has a comment.
Indra?
Yes, may I ask where the Small Business Task Force, where we are with that? Hello?
Yes, I'm looking on the future agenda to see if it's been put on there yet or if it's still on the back. Let me look.
I mean, have we put out notices for application?
Thank you. Council President pointed out that it's scheduled for February 18th for council to adopt the creation of the task force. After the creation of the task force, then we would go out and ask for participants for council to ultimately appoint to that task force.
I don't understand why we have to go out that far to say yes, go through with it. I thought that's what we basically already voted on doing, no?
Yeah, yes, we did, and it's just that's what it was in during the last agenda meeting. It was placed on the February 18th meeting to be created at the next business meeting. It's not open for another workshop discussion, but it's just going to be on there for council to approve a resolution adopting the task force. There is the potential of it maybe being on the January 7th or 21st meeting, but it was placed on the January 18th, the February 18th meeting. So if council wants to try to modify that, we can modify that.
I think it's a critical thing to do, and I would like to see it done as quickly as possible. I mean, unless there are serious objections, which I can't foresee right now, I don't see why it would take any time at all to put that through.
Kathleen?
Yeah, let's move it up. Can we move it up?
From a staff perspective, workload perspective, we can have the documents prepared for you. Council would just need to identify what business meeting you'd like to have that scheduled for.
Joel?
One of the things as we do that, I'd like to consider the holidays coming up with staff and vacations and the need to take time off. And to make sure that we're congruent with that and aware of that. And if we can move it up and still have people take adequate time off, then that would be okay with me.
January 21st is pretty minimal as far as what's on there so far.
Yeah, if council prefer it on January 21st, we'll move it to January 21st.
Can I see thumbs up for that? Does staff have clear direction?
Yes, thank you, Council President.
Other agenda items, Seth, and then Rob?
Yeah, can somebody clarify what the Main Street performance metrics are for January 5th?
So Brad's not here, who's taking the lead on that one, but my understanding, and maybe you can help fill in, Councilor, my understanding was from a funding perspective on Main Street and council moving.
2 and 3. Years 2 and 3.
For years 2 and 3, and even for the first year, they were wanting, council was wanting a perspective on some metrics associated with Main Street, and and they wanted to review those and have a discussion with Main Street.
Okay, yeah, I was just asked by the board to kind of talk about, bring this up. It's been on the, we've been kind of curious about it, because obviously for the next week's consent item, we included some KPIs for year 1. I guess if it's year 2 and 3, that's fine, you know, because then that kind of moves the ball down the road a little bit, so that's okay. I just wasn't sure.
I think it's a great question to ask your peers right now on the dais, is that what expectation do they have with this, what they would like to, what they'd like to hear from Main Street?
Well, and I guess 2 things. Well, is it the expectation that Main Street presents at that workshop?
I would think so. It's pertaining to Main Street.
Okay. Does anybody have direction on what you want to see?
So if I remember correctly, but I have to go back and look at the notes. So it needs to be whatever we said at the last meeting, but I think we established some metrics then for funding for year 2 and 3, like the number of members and things like that. And I don't know where the organization is, if they have those metrics in hand to come back to us with, or what's going on there.
Okay.
I would need to go back to the last workshop and see exactly what we said.
So maybe it's a little mixture of, we can review year 1, kind of what that looks like. Obviously, we'll, you know, assuming it gets approved on Wednesday night, and then we can come back with some suggested metrics for year 2 and 3 based on the meeting, and we can kind of have a conversation. I mean, that probably makes the most sense.
And if there were requested metrics for year 1, that you would put those as well. And if you don't have the and I can't remember what that meeting said, but I think there were metrics for year 1 as well.
Yeah, which those will be in the packet.
In the report.
Yeah, for the packet.
Okay, not a problem.
One thing on that, with the agreement for that, we did make it flexible enough so that you could modify the year 1 performance metrics if that was appropriate. So if they're not set in stone just because they're in the contract, they can be modified.
Okay, yeah, and so, I mean, okay, that gives me clarity. We can come to that with some year 2, 3 suggestions. Things have changed slightly, so it'll, yeah.
Rob?
On that subject, I wasn't really prepared to have an in-depth on that subject today, but on that subject, I just want to make it clear, there was no in writing or even verbal, I think, specific promises about years 2 and 3. We funded, I believe, part of year 1. We wanted some metrics, And I think years 2 and 3, I think the metrics would probably be used to consider
Yeah,
possible funding
that's
for
what I
2 and
thought
3,
too.
but I don't believe there's any promise of 2 and 3. Am I
Yeah, correct.
accurate with that? Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why I was asking, why is this on the, so.
Okay. And
Yeah, that was my understanding as well, is what is on for January 5th was what the metrics would be. Would it be funded for year 2
I
and
mean,
3?
yeah, I'm happy to start the conversation earlier than later.
Yeah, yeah, you could do that, or if council feels it's not ripe at this moment, but you'd like to put it on the back for future, that's council's decision.
Do you want to wait?
I mean, I'd be okay with pushing it a little bit, just because it's right after the holidays, so.
Yeah, January 21st is really open.
Indra has a comment.
Indra?
Oh,
Yes, I think what Joel said is looking at what we actually did say, but my remembrance is that the KPIs we gave money for now, and that was all we gave. Oh, shoot, sorry. And then, hang on one. Okay, and that we would, the KPIs would be for what have you done since we gave you the money? What are you doing like right now? That's what I would like to see. Like what has happened good since we gave the money to now in the next few months, even without looking forward to more money? Like how has it benefited our community? That's what I would like to see. Sorry
Seth?
about that interruption.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we have not received any money, so that's what the vote is on Wednesday night, to approve the final agreement. So, yeah, I mean, the expectation is to update council, whether that's quarterly or bi-yearly or whatever we decide, so, yeah.
oh yeah, you might want to
Oh,
push that
so
even
I'm
further.
sorry. I thought that was already a done deal. Okay, thank you.
Other agenda items? Rob?
Yeah, just briefly, I just wanted to follow up or finish the comment that I had made earlier, because I realized maybe I left it kind of in the air. But just to clarify, in '09, when I recognized, after reading the city newsletter, that it was not a real appropriate thing for the manager to have done, he was then found, he and the assistant manager, I don't know if guilty is the right word, but they were found in violation by the State Ethics Board. We had to pay we had to pay our attorney a whole day to go up to Salem or whatever. So it wasn't just like, me thinking something or being suspicious, but the bottom line is, the reality was, it wasn't appropriate for the manager to have done that. And that was the legal, that was the legal summary of that action. So again, this is not the same stakes. There's not an election involved, but it's a similar concept. And I think that Aaron got, his statement indicated that I guess he got my meaning.
Other agenda items, Seth?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, can we push this? I mean, could we push it out to like the beginning of Q2?
That's up to council. It's your
I mean, then we can
decision.
actually come with.
We just
okay,
moved
here's-
something from February 18th. Would that be,
I'm thinking like maybe even end of March,
oh, okay.
early April.
So if you'd
Just-
like, we can just put it on the back under workshops to be scheduled, meeting with.
Okay. Yeah, because then it could be like a
Straight.
Q1 kind of recap,
Sure.
and, I mean, we could still talk about potential to year 2, 3. I'm not saying, obviously, it's not official, but just, yeah.
Certainly.
So we're off of January 5th and back on the back. Okay. All right. Other agenda items?
So this is Indra. If we do that, would we be able to move the small business task force into that spot in January 5th?
That was a workshop, and the task force can go straight to a business meeting.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Other agenda items? Yeah, seeing none. We're moving on to,
Have an executive session for property.
oh, okay, but I see that
wait.
we've got,
We have the Public Safety Advisory motion. that's
yeah,
on
we
the
have
desk.
Public Safety Advisory motion, then, okay, all right. So we are moving on to the Public Safety Advisory Committee motion? And is that?
Would you like me to read it, or you want to read it? Or-
Oh, go ahead, you've got it
Okay.
right there.
So the
Okay.
Public Safety Advisory motion is this: the Public Safety Advisory Committee made a motion to recommend to council to enhance the security grant program to include beautification and lighting in alleyways and remarket it to the downtown business community. This motion is to increase lighting and visibility in the downtown alleyways in hopes to deter crime in those areas. Call to action: ask for council workshop, provide direction to enhance program parameters, or take no action. Just as a background, we do have a lighting and security program where we do provide some grant dollars, and the Public Safety Advisory Committee wants to expand that to make sure it's very clear that it provides for opportunity for lighting in alleyways to help with security and safety. And yeah, Councilor
Eric?
Schlobo might have more to
Okay.
say on that because he is the council liaison.
Thank you, Aaron. So it was brought up at the Public Safety Committee advisory meeting that there was a lot of alleyways that are dark, and what can be done about that to be able to bring some light to that so that no crime can occur in those. Well, it'll reduce crime, not no crime, but reducing crime and trying to light up the areas at night throughout the city. And so that was I think my recommendation is going to be to go to a council workshop if that's what the council wants to do. But I think it'd be a great idea to visit areas throughout the city and find where we're deficient. I know there's a program out there already that Aaron mentioned. Perhaps a lot of the businesses are not aware of that. So I think if we did go to a workshop, perhaps the public would be more aware of that and they'd be willing to jump on board with that. So that's pretty much all I have, unless Chief Hensman, I think Chief Hensman was there at a couple of those meetings, unless I missed something or left something out. I don't know if you can shed some more light on that, Chief.
No, I think you're spot on. We talked about who would kind of head up that program, and from a crime prevention standpoint and through a crime prevention through environmental design standpoint, it's a great idea. And right now or should I say that we discussed as a group the bandwidth of the PD to kind of spearhead something like that. And frankly, no at this time, but in our future, having a prevention model mindset is a good thing, and I think we might be able to fit that in as we roll into 2026. I'm not sure, Counselor, if you asked, and I apologize about it, maybe an opinion from me going to a workshop or not.
No, what exactly, if there's anything that I left out that that I failed to mention?
Yeah, I think it's something that we could definitely, because everybody's time is so valuable, we could take a look at it internally from a prevention standpoint, see if we can fit that in, and then work with the downtown businesses to see if we can do something with the alley activation project, work with CD, for example, and other city staff, and we might be able to just nip something like this in the rear end and make it work in a progressive way where we could give it some updates through council updates at a meeting or something like that.
Okay, I saw Rick, and then Joel, and then Rob.
If we have the ability, I don't feel this warrants a workshop, I'd be willing to endorse moving forward. Thank you.
Am I next? Oh, okay. I was wondering, given the existing program, do we have need for council action?
I think
allow this to happen?
based on the description of the current program, it would probably help, and we would just, if you feel comfortable moving forward with this, we can always just put a resolution under like consent calendar, just approving that. It would, I'd want to make sure that it covers alleyways, because it's more like the storefront.
Sure.
Lighting your storefronts.
Okay.
So that would just make it clear that we could promote the program that would include if someone has property along the alleyway.
So instead of a workshop, can we just take it to a business meeting, put
If
it on the
you,
consult calendar?
if you are in consent with the direction of this task force committee, you can go ahead and just say, make it so.
Just get
and-
it done, yeah?
Yeah.
Rob?
Yeah, yeah, I don't believe, I mean, it would be helpful if the police were to take the lead on this, but it's not necessary that they take the lead on it. And I think that, I mean, I know some business owners who were turned down for that grant because it wasn't right in the front of their building. But just to give you a real-world story, very recently, actually, there was graffiti on the back of my store, and we were able to access video footage from a camera that was put up, and it was paid for by private sector money, no, it was a building owner's money. And that same day, we were able to identify, and this was without the police being involved, we identified who that person was. We knew that it was somebody who was actually staying at the Gospel Mission. He was able to identify. No disparity to the Gospel Mission. I called over there. I spoke with Brian Boteller, and he was on it in less than an hour. He sent, actually probably less than half an hour, he sent somebody over, looked at the video footage, identified the perpetrator, and I think the perpetrator is long gone. But the bottom line is, without that camera that was paid for by I believe actually it was Ward Warren's money who paid for that camera, but without that graffiti person would still be out there, you know, and it'd be a mystery. So even without the police taking the lead on it, it can still work if we have enough cameras in enough alleys. And I think that if there's a reasonable program, I think virtually every building owner would be happy to have one in the back of their building, and that could really clean things up quite a bit. I mean, we've got every night, it's amazing, between, you know, say midnight and 5 a.m., there's people that just come down the alley grazing, and they check for locked doors, et cetera, and you know, without the cameras there, we wouldn't know that, but there is, and it happens more nights than not. So those cameras could be really valuable. They could really limit the damage that any one person could do, because they'd be caught more quickly, potentially. And so I'd be really in favor of all building owners know that they can cover sides of buildings, they can cover alleys, in addition to the fronts.
So we have something kind of on the floor here, if people would be interested in just putting this on the consent agenda. Do I have if nobody has any other, okay, can we have thumbs up for that? Okay, all right. I think you might have clear direction.
Thank you, Council President. We'll move that forward to a future business meeting for you.
Thank you. And up next on the agenda, we've got business meeting? I don't know. Or was that part of the Public Safety Advisory Committee?
That was just part of agenda.
Okay.
That was just part of agenda review. Yeah.
And calendar, is that the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, I am looking for a motion to adjourn and then to convene in executive session. Eric?
A motion to adjourn and convene to executive session.
I have a second. Everybody thumbs up? Okay, thank you. And so now I've got to find the dealio here. Hold on. I didn't know I'd be doing this.
Can we take a short break?
Oop.
Well, we don't have to.
Did we get a handout?
Which page is it?
What's that?
I'm looking for the page for